Hello, how are you doing today? I do apologise. Today's been an absolute disaster thus far, and no doubt it will continue to be a disaster because that's how it looks like today is going. And yesterday, it's been a complete and utter disaster. Anyway, how are you? Hello, happy Monday, happy June 16th. Hiccup. I hope you all had a great weekend. Sorry, I heard my voice because I was trying to go back through my old videos, trying to remember a paint I used to paint an Ultramarine. I can't find it. And I can hear my voice every time I unmute the browser. I can hear my voice, so I can hear a video of me playing somewhere. I got to find it and destroy it. Overlay, yeah, the it's just everything was a disaster. Hey Noah. Yeah, no, I know. It's unfortunately I was trying to wrangle a few issues, and it's just been a complete and utter nightmare. Like last night, I mean yesterday I got a fair amount of work done over the weekend. And I thought at 5:30 6 p.m. on a Sunday, I thought, you know what, I'm going to stop working. I'm going to allow myself, I'm going to go and have a shower. I'm going to have some food. And then I'm going to play Call of Duty for 2 hours. So at sort of 7:30ish, I finished eating and showering and all the other sort of, I don't know, normal stuff that people do on a day. I'm actually sitting down in front of the computer and it was having absolutely none of it. Complete and utter death to my PC, and that is so frustrating. It's taken so long to get... That's the browser where my face is. I was trying to remember what blue it was, and I can't remember what bloody one it was. Well, let's get back to listen to Skyrim. Why isn't why do we not have blended chat? Blended chat should be. Let's why is this unmute? You hear Skyrim? Anyway, so not the greatest weekend for. I hope your weekends were significantly better. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I've got to say on that front. Studio mode, and we're just testing the window screen share. Screen share's on the right one. Good. So yeah, we've got I did some 3D printing over the weekend. We'll have a look at what I printed. There was something I wanted to print. There was something I was hoping to paint, but I thought, you know what, we'll turn that into a YouTube video specifically. At least I'll record the footage, and whether or not my PC decides to come back to life, then I can edit it into a video. Otherwise, it's going to have to get sent back, which is not what I'm wanting at all. I do not want to send that computer back. It's been a complete, utter nightmare thus far. So, where's my face? There we go. We are on the right page. Thank God for that. Yeah, studio mode. Yeah. What's been going on, people? What's been going on? So we got a Dreadnought. Oh, let's just get away from my face. Irritating me. See how stream goes. I don't know how long it's going to be today, but there we go. Such is life. Looks like the camera angle's moved of the camera over there, so I'm gonna have to sit slightly here. What's up, Don? How's it going, dude? What's up, Fat Man's Kitchen? How are we doing today? How are we doing today? Don, I believe I just have a message to reply to. I have not been on the computer at all over the week. I wanted to be. I really wanted to play Call of Duty. I was hankering for it. I was thought, you know what, work all weekend, then Sunday evening you can treat yourself to a bit of COD action. Turned on the computer. I'm going to tell you all the problems. I'll tell you all the problems. So I saw a red line appear on my screen yesterday. Very nice screen. I thought, oh, well, that's not good. Googled around. I thought, oh, could be a loose cable. So I wiggled all the cables. Absolutely fine. I exchanged all the cables. Swapped out DisplayPort to another DisplayPort. No. Swapped out HDMI. No. Still there. Graphical error? Or is that screen dying? So I saw that the graphics driver needed updating, so I thought, okay, well, I'll update that. That wasn't it. Then the screen went black. I plugged that monitor into my laptop. The HDMI output screen was fine. So it seems to be a computer issue. So I updated the graphics card. I did a driver refresh. I did display driver uninstall, and then it all went sideways. Is it G? Hey Sonny, how's it going? I'm currently grumbling about the state of my computer that I was starting to finally use to edit, and it's just all gone sideways. So yeah, then as you say, Stabby, Don, excuse me. I whipped the HDMI cable out of the GPU and used the motherboard HDMI. Great! Way! I managed to back up my video file that I was working on onto an external drive. That's the very first thing I did. And I thought, if I have to send this lovely computer back from whence it came, then I'm gonna whip the files off quickly so I can potentially still edit. That's when I did the DDU, the display driver uninstall, and that was potentially a mistake. The screen went black. It said everything was uninstalled properly. I didn't reboot, and then it's just black screen. Windows blue loading disk of doom. I could see the cursor. Broken PC, Solo. It's terrible. Terrible. Almost done with your great unclean one? Hell yes. Hell yes. No, I feel bad about slow replies. I want to get back to the land of actually replying properly to people. I was genuinely hoping, like, once this month was over, July was going to be it. I was going to be back to normal. But it looks like potentially if the computer has to go back, then we're still not back. This is the one that's only no. This is the brand new one that I ended up having to. We had a goal for it. I ended up having to sell some stuff to buy it, basically, because I really needed it, and it was anyway. Now a disaster. Stepped into a glass shard this morning. Mate, is it all out? Have you got all the glass out, Sonny? So over the weekend, I did some printing. We printed out what we're going to be working on today. This bad boy. He's got some bits. He's got a bit there. He's got another bit there. I've got some. Excuse me. I got some weaponry for him. I'm not going to magnetize him. I'm just going to build him, I think, with the chain sword thing. Now I do have two options for the weapons. We got plasma, and we got multi-melter. I can't quite make my mind up on this. And I know a lot of people say, "I'll just magnetize it." I can't be bothered. Got to make my mind up. Got to make my mind up. See, that needs a little bit of black paint in there. So I printed out Chaplain Dreadnought, or potentially Venerable Dreadnoughts, because I do have other, you know, wingy bits. Sounds like a Bork GPU. Yeah, I believe it is a Bork GPU. It was a 5080, and I know there have been a lot of issues. And I was genuinely considering getting a 4080, but the place I was ordering it from didn't have any. In fact, there were no 4080s left anywhere, as far as I could tell. Maximum bummer. So I emailed them right before stream. That's why I went slightly late today. And it's just so frustrating. It's so frustrating because I was finally actually working on a video. Not the greatest video, because admittedly it's been so long I've forgotten how to edit. However, I was googling around, going edit it. Ooh, okay, that's how I do that. I remember. It always seems to have to look up the adjustment layer. How to do an adjustment layer. Always seem to forget that. I don't know. Anyway, but it was the beginning. Hopefully not the beginning of the end. Thinking of doing grot tanks? Hell yes, you should absolutely do grot tanks. And record it. Do it. Oh, not Dark Angels. Ultramarines, baby. Ultramarines. The superior chapter. The chapter of chapters. So it is under warranty, yeah. And it's also within... I can't quite remember, like... I can't normally... Like, when I ordered a computer from them before, I ordered the 1 year, I think, fancy service. Because I thought beyond that, it's like, well... Any errors should have appeared by then. But it comes with a 6-month fancy service. So I'm within that period, thankfully. So I emailed them today and was like, yo, what you gonna do? Help. I don't want to badmouth the company, because I believe they're a good company. So I ordered it from PC Specialist. My old PC was from them. And that has, apart from taking ages for the graphics card to arrive from wherever it was made, it's been a great PC. Yeah. Yeah, I like PC Specialists. They've always been prompt when replying and all that kind of stuff. So, like, I don't want to be sort of bad mouthing them or anything like that. It's just, I don't know what the issue is. I just personally believe it's a graphics card issue. Yeah, Don, this was the thing. This was absolutely the thing. I was genuinely hoping not to need to buy a computer. I wasn't massively keen on getting a computer, but then I realized that actually I needed one, so I ended up buying one. You got yours from them? Nice. The issue is NVIDIA BS. Yeah, I suspect it is. And I think I've only ever had one AMD, or is it AMD? It was one of those graphics cards. I've only ever had one of those before. Some gigabyte thing. And I've never been massively, I don't know what it is, but I've never been massively sold on them. And as I want to get back into 3D modeling, I'm not sure where, like, I know well, I don't know. I'm not really sure where the whole coup de core things go when it comes to rendering and such things, 3D-wise. I know it was a thing. I don't know if it's still a thing. But I thought I'll get NVIDIA again, just to be on the safe side. What's up, Beamy? How you doing? CPU is a Ryzen. I had my last computer was my very first Ryzen. AMD Saucy Bit Beast, and hold on, I say right, it was an AMD one last time, and it's an AMD this time. No, not 5090, 5080. I would have 9 solo. It was basically the most ridiculous one I could afford. I sacrificed a hard drive for it. I thought, I'll get a new hard drive later anyway, right? That's easy to swap out. Oh, Beamy, trust me, I looked at a 5090, then realised I would need an extra £1,000. So, you know, didn't, obviously. Your 3080 is still doing fine? Oh, absolutely. Oh, I always do sorry, I say hard drive. It's just a habit. I always go SSD. I've got an NVMe. Well, that, Don, I'm completely with you on that. Processor and motherboards are everything sits on it. So well, and I'm not massively keen on swapping out processors. Although I am capable, I'm not massively keen on doing it. So yeah, I don't really skimp on that. I get the best I can. Your 3070 is still going strong. Yeah. I was honest. 3080 was is a sweet card, and the 3070 Ti. Not that I had it, but I know it was a good one. Anyway, can we look at what I printed? Sorry, I was getting so sidetracked. I'm still grumbling about it mentally. It's really honestly, it's put me in a foul mood, and I'm trying not to transfer that outwards. I'm trying to keep that. Your 1070 Ti. I'm trying to remember if I had a 1070. I definitely had a something. I had, honestly, the best card I ever had was my 980 thing. The 980 graphics card that lasted. Actually, that's why I didn't get a 1070. I went from a 980. Okay, 980 to a 3080. Would that be right? That could be right. I don't know. Anyway, so I printed out this thing. It was a big boy. It's absolutely gigantic. Compared to this Castaferum bad boy. It's just like a chunk and a half. Jesus Christ. I got arms for him. I got bits for him. Well, I'm going to turn him into a painting video. I thought rather than painting him on stream, I thought, you know what, I'll make him into a YouTube video. At least this was the plan before the computer died. Anyway, thumb is really hurting. So let's just have a little look. See, I should have put them in Discord. I didn't. So you just kind of jam him. You're gonna have to imagine this goes in properly. He's got whatever it is. Where are all his bits gone? Okay, so there's a bit of a weird. So then it's a bit of a weird setup he's got. Then there's like this weird neck collar that keeps his head from falling out. This is a Saturnine, Don. This is a Saturnine Terminator. That's it might be a little bit too big. I haven't upscaled it. This is the size it came in. However, the owner of it actually printed out, I think, over the weekend at 90%. I think he's slightly happier at that size. So he says he is going to do like a full set of them, but probably at 90%. So we do have arms. Look at those beasts. I had actually chopped off a couple of millimeters because the end of the guns. I printed these arms out 3 times. They kept failing. This was the 3rd attempt, and like the end of one of them was slightly like melted. Don't know what it was, but so I chopped off the end, and then I had to match this one to it. So they are actually slightly shorter. And then, so I do have a picture of this all stuck together. Just a bit. Ooh. In fact, I will bring that up on screen very shortly. So I printed out this bad boy. I will turn him into a YouTube video. I think I'll paint that up as an Imperial Fist. Maybe. I don't know. Dreadnought, and what was the other thing I printed out? A little Skaven chap who we will end up painting as well. I think he's ripe for contrast. Let me... That computer is a 2080. Hold on, let me find the file that I want. That... I will show you a picture of that Dreadnought next to my Contemptor. Find it. Okay. Discord. Alrighty. So, folks, what are you all up to? While I desperately look around for stuff. Where is it? Private chat. Copy link. Let me open up the right window. So obviously there's that. Copy link. Paste and go. All right, not the best photos, but so there he is stuck together. Obviously blue tacked. And then there he is next to my Contemptor Dreadnought on spider legs, which I really like. I really like that model. I think I did a pretty okay job with it. Yeah, but we're looking at the Chaplain Dreadnought verse thing. So basically got a bunch of, we got some gold bits to paint. What else do we have? We have gold, frankincense, myrrh. I don't have any skulls and things like that on this one though, which is obviously a terrible shame. Currently debating internally between. I would personally go with the Saturn IV Ultra, but that's what I have. That's what I have solo. I don't know. It does say heavy plasma. I am trying to give it a... I did start printing out a power claw as well for this one. It doesn't have a like a Rosarius kind of thing going on, which is a bit not great. Such is life. So, switch to Twitch. Hello, Fatman's Kitchen. Hello. So, yeah, I would personally go with the Saturn IV Ultra. This, for example, this was printed out with the Saturn IV Ultra. What's kind of size stuff are you mostly going to be printing? This was, I mean, they're admittedly the same size. That's with the Saturn IV. That Rat Boy is with the Saturn IV. This is with the Saturn IV. This is with the Saturn IV Ultra. This woman's head is with the Saturn IV Ultra. I haven't. I don't think I've printed out her body. What is the largest thing I've printed out on a Saturn IV? This. I have printed out sponsons, I promise. This was the Saturn IV Ultra. It needs to be glued together, obviously. Like, you can't see. I'm trying to think if there's any kind of... What is that? There's a slight kind of layer line right. Just about see that. That is a layer line. A layer line. Ever so slight, and I'm going to nuke that with the sander anyway. Obviously, there's a tiny bit of like the stepping you get. Go for it, painting. Hello, how you doing today? Happy Monday to you. I think I said Tuesday earlier on stream. Not been the greatest day. I think this part of the statue, the other statue was actually on the Saturn III with the blue-grey, fast navy grey. All sorts. Treads are upside down. These treads are upside down. Or was I just holding them upside down? Yeah, so I think I was holding them back to front or something. But yeah, no, I'm you know, I obviously I've not got the 16. I have and ahed about it. Genuinely, but I don't personally see the point. I'm really happy. I'm really happy with the Saturn IV. Damn it, this just fell out. I'm really happy with the Saturn IV. It's pumping out really nice pieces. The only errors I've had with it, and I know you're asking between the regular 4 Ultra and the 16. Oh God, what's going on there? I know you're asking between those two, but I can't see like how much like a resolution change, how good it would be, like how noticeable it would be. The Mars see, I do have a Frozen Sonic Mini 8KS, and I know for a fact, based on the other Elegoo printers that I have, that I would absolutely swap that when the time comes for that Frozen printer to go. Absolutely get a Mars 5 Ultra. You got a Saturn S and you never loved it. My old Mars was much more reliable. Yeah, I'm really like the whole tilty bed thing. Very saucy. I like it. I need to find a good source of grots or grot equivalent army for your grot tanks. I don't know. I don't know. Traitor Guardsman, hello. How you doing today? Happy Joy. Happy Joy. I need to get some gold paint. I got no idea if this wet palette's actually still viable. I've not painted in probably a month or two. I'm trying to think of grots which might be usable. Not coming up with much, unfortunately. I'm sure they exist out there. I just can't think of any. I got a Cultist Chan miniature for Father's Day. So I'm sitting here putting her together. You're gonna have to educate me on this. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've got no idea. You're gonna have to really clarify that for me, I'm afraid. Like, I've heard those words before, but I've never really gone like, I'm not entirely sure what people are jabbering about. Tilty bed, best bed? Exactly. Absolutely. What's the state of this? Is it still wet? Oh my god. Technically, it's usable. I completely forgot that I was going to do some painting today. And this wet palette's actually rammed full of paint already. Not ideal. I need to get rid of that piece of paper. But not yet. We can make some time up by painting some metal. Now let me look at gold paint. What's everyone's favorite gold paint? I also printed out this, by the way. I did. Where's a? Oh my god. How overexposed were we? We're going to slap some contrast paint on this. So I'm going to print out a bunch of these, the contrast paints, and sort of basically glue them to the lid, or blue tack them to the lid at least. I really like it. Is Chaos Cultist CA? I've got no idea. What that is, I'm afraid. You're gonna have to really translate that to someone who has no idea about anything. But hello, happy Monday to you. What's everyone's favorite gold paint? I think I'm going to use. I need a. I would normally start off with something. I'm eyeing up Viking gold. I tell an absolute porcupine that is Viking gold. I was thinking of necrotic gold. That's the one I was thinking of. However, we have Viking gold in our hand. Is it very anime? Oh, it's an anime thing. That's why I know absolutely nothing about it. All right. Anime is not my strong point. As we already know. Sorry, that was like a support. He may have glued his fingers together. Maybe. So normally I have necrotic gold somewhere. Oh, there's necrotic. Okay, but so Darkstar, really squidgy bottles. I hate these bottles with a burning passion. I have royal gold. This is a really nice color of gold, though. Be a highlight. Viking gold. Dwarven gold. There we go. We can just bash those on. Slap on a little bit of purple in the shadows. And have a whale of a time. But I think we're going to do those bits gold. Just because they're separate. Right now, I'm not... It's a chaplain, so a lot of it's going to be black. I've got some gold bits there. Is anything going to be blue on this? I think his right shoulder is going to be blue. I think his right shoulder is going to be blue. But I reckon for the majority of the black panels, we will slap on some sort of Incubi Darkness, maybe. We're going to do that. We might use Incubi Darkness and then like add in a little shadow. And then we can edge highlight up to Space Wolves Grey, potentially. And have the warm gold and everything else steel and depression. I'm going to drink some coffee because I'm absolutely parched. Oof. What's everyone's plans for the week? What do you all got going on? Oh, I did put it in the right. Cultist Chan is a chaos cultist. Hold on. Cultist Chan is a chaos cultist of Chaos Undivided. Oh, she's cartooned and a meme. Oh, okay. That was created by someone on 4chan. Okay. Now we're getting to the bottom of it and why I don't quite understand anything. What's up, Powerwolf? How you doing, you saucy rascal? Alex Jensen, hello. How you doing on YouTube? Finding the right gold is gold. It really is. It's a major struggle. Like, I do genuinely like Dark Star Royal Gold. Really. I've got quite a few Dark Star paints, but I hate the bottles so much. I hate the bottles so much. They're so weak and puny. At least these iteration of them, the ones that I purchased quite a few years ago now, look how squidgy. I don't think I should have done. I felt something move. Not an animal, but I felt like a presence. Look how they should not be that squidgy. I'm going to regret that when I open this lid up. I would say these are probably. I don't know if these are like too firm. I don't think they're. I don't know. These are too squidgy. These are potentially too firm. You know what I'm talking about, folks? Shot by H.A. Hello. I just butchered your name. How you doing today? Happy Monday to you all. I hope you're all well. I'm really struggling. Well, I'm not really struggling. I think what I normally go with is Viking, Dwarven, and then whatever this one was. This potentially was Elven Gold. I think we're going to use that. In the good old, if I hose them down with filth and stuff, then I'm very fond of Necrotic Gold, which is bloody amazing. You could slap that on like a tagline. If I was scale 75, I'd be talking to myself and saying, can we use that as a slogan? I'd be saying yes, but I need to do some sort of, you know, work together. Are there any other good metal colors out there? I'm sure I had a gold colors, I should clarify. I have a brass color, which is pretty good. Oh, I know. Hold on, let me check. I've got an order, which I forgot to look at today. By the way, who ordered, what's it called? Kill Team Typhon over the weekend. Pre-ordered it. Did anyone get any of those orders in? Were they lucky? We are, Alex, we've always got to talk about paint bottles. I'm going to have a very quick look because I was about to say, I think I have an order of paint, which has, yes, the Pro Acryl Bright Gold I have on order. I'm waiting for it. I'm looking forward to finding what that one is like. Hopefully that will appear sometime this week. That would be great. Because I really like the Pro Acryl bronze colors. The two bright bronze and the other one. Nay? Is there anything wrong with just the regular Citadel paints? Shot by H8? No. I mean, yeah, Okay, I'm going to show you the best paint in the world. All right. Unfortunately, it's not available. It's this bad boy. Burnished gold. Unfortunately, it is no longer with us. Well, it's with me, but it's no longer with everyone else. It's a bad boy paint. So that is a freaking amazing paint. However, what's the gold that everyone uses GW wise? I do have a couple of them. Jeanna's gold and Auric gold armor. I think they're both gold paints. I don't really paint a huge amount of gold, truth be told. Whenever I get around to painting, it's always got to the point of what was the paint I used that I liked. I think these are both fine. I've got nothing bad or good to say about them. I think really, what the best paint is whatever paint you can get your hands on. I think that's really the thing. A lot of people just like, I must have this paint. I can't paint anything until I get it. I know I've certainly felt that in the past, which is now why I have all of the paints. I have a sneaky suspicion that there's actually... Hold on. We're going to go to the Warhammer store. We're going to go shopping together, you and I. Shop by HA. Over on YouTube. We'll look at some paints and... Why does that say made to... Oh, they're Beastmen. Let's have a look at the paints. Build and paint. Paint. So I know I'm missing a gold paint that, for the life of me. It's all right. Let's go, baby. Oh, why could I not hear the alert? Thank you so much for tickling that follow button. Why did that alert? Why was it not noisy? Well, I'm glad I brought up OBS right then, because I would have completely missed it otherwise. All right, here we go. So, view results, please. So, oh, Retributor armor, that's the one. I think that's a good paint. I think that's a good one. Shot by HA. I just use for the 3 I have that paint somewhere. I don't know where it's gone, but I have it, and I have used it. I do use it. Balthazar gold. I think I liked that one as well. Liberator gold. That's the other one I forgot about. I do have a bunch of these golds, but I just... There's Gienna's gold. That's quite a rich one. I have Thalax. Retributor armor. Baldur I don't have. I mean... It really depends. I mean, if... For example, I will show you my... My favorite metallic paints are Vallejo metal color. It says airbrush colors on. You can use a regular brush with it. I absolutely love these paints. They are great through an airbrush and amazing with the old regular furry brush. Unfortunately, they don't do... There's like 2 gold. There's like a gold cut, 1 gold. I think it's copper. And maybe 1 other yellowish metal paint. The rest are just various shades of chrome and steel. I wish they did more gold. And I would be all over these and absolutely be saying, get your hands on this, never look back. I've ordered some metallic paint markers and real color markers from for tires. Oh, okay. From AK. I like to see how they are. Regards from Denmark. How is Denmark today? I hope it is absolutely fantastic. Retributor is your favorite GW gold. My Sally gold is Retributor, Liberator, and Sepia Wash. Yes. Yes, that sounds like a good one. I would absolutely use Sepia Wash. I think my personal favorite is to use a little bit of Monica. Like I know a lot of people like to use there are sort of 3 paints people like to use. I think normally for gold they use, like, as you said, sepia. Hold on. What's the color called? Reichland Flesh Shade? Is that it? I think that's the one. And my personal favorite is Drushy Violet as the shade, because it cools down like a lot of the richer golds. Oh, bugger. Didn't mean to do that. Those were 3D printed bits I needed. You saw some furry brushes at the Ren Fair over the weekend? Are they good ones or bad ones? Alright, thanks for the tip. I'll get ordering paints. Order all the paints. I mean, this is the major problem. I wouldn't get all the paints. I've still got room for more paints, but you don't need them all. It is very tempting to order loads of paint. Really tempting, and I know I've definitely suffered from that. Reichland Flesh Shade is awesome on gold as well. Yeah, I do like this one. I have used Reichland Flesh Shade in the past, but it adds a bit too much red, a bit too much warmth. This is a bit cooler, in my humble opinion, and I like it. So let's actually slap some paint around. This top bit here. Oh god, where's the camera? There we go. This top bit here is going to be steel. A little bit of steel framing around it. These wingy bits are gold. And then I'll just have to, I don't know, just basically put my finger there and airbrush the top panels when it comes to it. Let me see if I've got anything remotely suitable. This bad boy. I ordered some coffee stirrers. You can always shop by HA. You can always have more paints. Don't let me stop you. However, I would feel bad if I didn't say, try and hold yourself back. I know it's tempting. I know it's tempting. Almost as tempting to smash that like button on the stream if you're on YouTube. So I say give in to temptation. Give in to temptation, and oh, I found my favorite drill bit. A few days. Now I've got to find a suitable brush to slap some metallic paint. Okay, which one are we going to go with? Why is that brush upside? Oh, that's a little Rosemary & Co. medium bad boy brush. Not that one. I need something dodgy. Something that looks horrific. Yes, you look suitably. You look like an absolute disaster, mate. Actually, so deep. There are many disasters in that mug. I've already smashed that like button, you absolute legend. Thank you very much. I do genuinely appreciate it. I do apologize for the grumbling about the computer today. It's just really put me in a sort of not the greatest mood. So I was so happy to finally be vaguely back to some sort of editing on, send me the right gold. Editing on like for YouTube and stuff. Literally just started sometime last week, and then it's all gone Pete Tong. Okay with this. How long does it take to finish a huge Dreadnought like this? I spent 4 hours on a single, and they're pretty undetailed as well. Well, let me tell you something. Shot by HA on YouTube. I'm gonna let you in a little secret. I am a really slow painter. Especially, even more so, I'm even slower on stream than I am in real life. Because I get sidetracked. I'm not when I'm not on camera. Hello there. I'm not talking to myself like this. I'm not looking at the camera. I'm not getting too sidetracked by whatever people talk about. So I don't know. We are going to attempt. I'm not expecting to get this miniature finished on stream today. I would like to get him a decent chunk of him done. I would like to get a decent chunk of him done. So that does mean actually starting to paint. But what we're going to do is, a lot of this is going to be metal. So we can use a lot of steel on him. These panels ideally would have been done separately, but like a lunatic, I decided to glue them on. So we're going to have to do... I think we're going to slap on the metal and then just... a lot of brushwork. We won't do any airbrushing on him. I was thinking we might do some airbrushing on him today, but we're not going to do none. Absolutely none. So a single Marine, I mean... Okay, so in March, there's a thing called March from a Crag, where only the best people paint Ultramarines. So I painted 50 Ultramarines during that month, which is a lot of Ultramarines. Must mean I'm very verging on the best. So it does, but they weren't to the greatest of standards. Like I'm happy with them. The bases need to get done, truth be told. While like I'm happy with them, could always be happier. Just got to pick a point where you're happy with a miniature and then be like, probably a good place to stop. And that's my major problem in life. Trying to be happy with where the miniature is. Which is why I will be attempting to do commission painting again. However, I'm only going to have one standard. Like I won't be doing speed painting for armies and stuff. There will only be my level of painting, and it won't be many per month. Subscribed and liked, Alex. You're a legend. Thank you so much. Got yourself some Elves of the Woods. Oh, hello. Which ones did you get, Powerwolf? Traitor Guardsman on YouTube. You never pray to the Machine Spirit on startup. Is that where I've gone wrong? That's why your PC sometimes doesn't like you. I wouldn't. That's true. That's true. You might be right there. You might be very right. This morning, I will tell you, I was crossing my fingers. I was crossing my fingers and going, yo, please don't, please work. And that's verging on praying, right? Like it's been so long since I've actually prayed. I'm not really sure how to do it. Honestly, I don't think I ever really knew how to do it. All right, gonna wait for that to dry because we need another layer. How do you attack the singular bits of figure? Blue tack, my friend. I don't know whereabouts in the world you are, but blue tack is good stuff. Now I know in America there is stuff called poster putty, which looks similar, but having lived in the States before for 3 years. The poster putty that I tried was not nearly as juicy, not as sticky as this stuff. Maybe there is a better version that didn't find. Entirely possible. Entirely possible. There was a sort of form of blue tack in America that I completely missed, which would have been ideal. Just Glade Riders for now. I wanted Glade Guard, but money is tight. Oh, you know what I forgot to do today? I forgot to do something, ladies and jelly spoons. Let's look live and on air. They actually made some Catachan command squads. Have they? Oh, Catachans, you saucy Roys. Hello. Oh. Come on. We got stuff in stock, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ah, son of a bee sting. What's up, Lucian? How you doing, you saucy beast? I'm going to be so disappointed. Like, I did not receive an email from GW saying, yo, we've specially made a Catachan command squad for you. I've not received that email. I'm waiting. And they've still not produced any big bad boy tanks. We do have a goal. Wiggly eyebrows over yonder for a big Baneblade. Although we are going to be making, I think did we say? Oh no. Which one did we say? I think we said Stormlord. But where's my favorite one? The big bad boy, I think it's the Shadow Sword. Oh, I can't remember what it's called. It's the one with the massive gun on it, which looks remarkably like this. All right, back to the painting. That's such a cool. It is, and they need to hurry up and make them. I love build at least 10 times more than I love painting. Fat Man's Kitchen. That's legitimately a thing. Like, I know a lot of people just like the building aspect of it and they like the building aspect of it, and they like the I don't know, I guess playing the game, apparently. Hey, look at that. Oh, where's my hand gone? Look at that bad boy. Thank you so much for tickling that subscribe button on YouTube. Why are the alerts not why are they not work? I can't hear the Skyrim music. What is going wrong? Oh, I turned the volume all the way down. Ah. I wondered. I just listened to my own voice. Apparently that's better than the Skyrim soundtrack. Lucian, I hope you're well. Did you forget to... Well, the thing was, Lucian, we did have a cafe gold, right? There was a goal up here, but there was no progress on it. Really. Like, there wasn't much interest from, like, folks, so I thought, you know what, fine. That's absolutely fine. Might be some more interest in a big, juicy Baneblade. We've all been there. Please let a Land Raider run over my PC, then it hits you. All the passwords and accounts with auto-login that you can't remember. Oh no, Alex, I completely understand. Which is why I wish I could say... this would be the optimum point that I could segue into an amazing segue into an advert or a sponsorship from LastPass. That's what I would do. I'd be like, yo, have you heard of LastPass? They can save all your passwords together. Make sure you have a really, really, really powerful password to get into it. That's the thing. I really like LastPass because I'm always like jumping around from like computers to phone and stuff, and it's trying to remember a password. Complete nightmare. And I go with like 16 to 18 digit passwords with all of the, like capitals, lowercase, and weird random letters and weird squiggly letters, numbers and symbols. That's the word I was looking for, not squiggly letters. I reckon you, Chans. I bloody hope so. No, Lucian, I completely agree. 11th edition. It's going to be Catachans versus... Do you reckon Space Marines? Who would they be good against? Do you reckon Have they ever done that before? Have they ever done Imperial Guard versus Space Marines in a release box? Shadow Sword is the Titan Killer. That's the one I like. I love, like, the Shadow Sword is the one I like, Alex. I like, because I have a Titan. I got a Chaos Reaver Titan. That we will build on YouTube at some point. Once I can guarantee my editing computer is working. Fortunately, that is, everything is just resting on that cursed computer, and it's so frustrating. So frustrating. Powerful. I don't know why, but the idea of creating forest bases, especially in the autumn theme, is exciting. You got to get that wood. Powerwolf? I'm sure that is not a problem. I'm vaguely with you on that, although I'm more about the jungle. I'm more about the jungle side of like things, but I do agree with you that like a forest theme, if done well, no pressure, it's a beautiful thing to look at. All right. However, so I'm expecting great things from you. No pressure. No pressure at all. Got a bit of tidy up to do. This gold is... We are actually... I can't believe it. Oh, hello, Betty. In fact, you know what? I should be, really. I know, I'm happy with this camera bit. We'll be able to hopefully cut it and edit it, maybe. Gonna wait for that to dry. We need to update my print store, but I was hoping to do some more print store stuff over the weekend. Ideally, yesterday. But I was building tanks. I know last week we said I'd have 3 Lehman Russes rolling around. I don't. They are over there. I think you might be able to see 2 of them right there. We need to do this. I need to do the sponsons and the turret. And then we need to sort of like tartify them up a little bit. What is the best consistency for painting minis? In the beginner handbook I got, it says a consistency. Oh, the dreaded consistency like milk. The problem is there are various different milks out there. There's full fat, delicious milk, which is basically the one I go. There's semi-skimmed, which I used to be on for so long, and then I thought, you know what? Screw it. We're going back to basics, baby. We're going back to basics. It's full fat milk or bust. And then there's the weird watery milk, which is skimmed. And then there's all the other fake milks out there. So you ignore those ones. You ignore the fake milks, like coconut milk. But all the nut milks, and then all the other weird milks, those aren't milk. So just eat those. As delicious as they might be, apparently, they're not milk. Guernsey Gold Cap. Oh, absolutely. Abso-bloody-lutely. I've only been to Guernsey once, unfortunately. Like I've been to Jersey a bunch. Don't know if there's like a rivalry. They had some pretty good milk. We can have a look at while we can change camera angles to this one. Consistency of paint. Can we get a little? Bearing in mind, what I would like to say is, shot by HA, I'm glad you agree with full fat or nothing, baby. I'm glad you agree. What I will preface this is by saying that not all paints are created equal. even amongst the same range. Even amongst the same range. Like, for example, GW paints, some are I've noticed definitely like have a different consistency to others. I'm looking at you, Vulcan Green or whatever it was. I had a nightmare with that paint. It was a disaster. It's a good color, but I just was not prepared for its weirdness. I'm just looking for a paint. It really kind of depends what your painting style is. Forest theme is expensive, boy. All sorts of ground textures, buying dried treated wood or treating it yourself. I like to always treat the things well. Powerwolf. I have, for example, I have over on that desk behind me, I've got a root which I yoinked off a tree that was torn out of the garden. There's this like root just chilling there. I thought, ooh, I like you. So I yoinked that bad boy out, and that's been just drying out slowly. It is an expensive thing. Yeah. Sealants, weathering powder, rocks, leaves, leaf cutter. Yeah, I do have. Now, I know these are seed casings, right? Of some sort of thing. I purchased this from Element Games. Yes, Element Games. Using my affiliate link. Help the channel out if you want to save money. And help the channel. Element Games has got you covered. What a segue that was. I can't remember what seed casing. I think they're seed casings for something. The cup of Wraithbone I have is also pretty dry. Use what you're comfortable with, listen to advice, but never fall for the if you don't do it like me, you're doing it wrong. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Alex. Like, you have to work with like the dreaded experience stuff, but you only get experiences by doing it yourself. You can watch as many YouTube videos on my channel as you like. Ideally, watch all of them. And you can also go to other YouTube channels, and you can also read magazines. You can also go to Twitch streams. Hello, Twitch. And you can also talk to other people. Everyone has their own preferred way of doing things, and they will all say, like, you got to do it this way. This is the best way ever. And that might be the best way for them. It might not be the best way for you. Genuinely. Like, I think that is a very good point to remember. Like, a lot of these ideas might be great for a lot of people. It might be the phrase I hate the most, the hobby hack. Not a hack. Can't stand that phrase. I definitely agree with that take. That third marine I did was the way I wanted it to, and it turned out a lot nicer than your previous ones. Job by HA, that's exactly what, like, the whole milk. I'm trying to get a bit of my oldest wet palette, not wet palette, mixing thing. Is this old kitchen tile I've had for, when did I get this? 2003. 2004, when I got back from the States. Well, the year after I got back from the States. This is one of my greatest purchases. In fact, I basically got this for free. Mum was doing up, I think it was either the kitchen or the bathroom in like the house at the time. So I yoinked it. And you just pour boiling water over it and just give it a bit of a scratch, and then all the paint just comes off. It's great. I don't know what, I'm not really, like, no. We do have a bit of paint. I would say, woo, I would start off by making that noise. Like, you definitely do, like, I would never use I would very rarely use a paint directly from the pot onto a miniature. I would like to make sure the paint is consistent at least. Maybe that's what they mean. Maybe that's what GW mean when they say make it to the consistency of milk. Maybe that's what they mean. I don't entirely know. Also, like the more water you add or more Lamian, the thinner it gets. The more transparent it gets. Boiling water, that makes sense. I just use regular water on my palette. Yeah, I would personally use boiling water. I mean, that's what or very, very hot water. Don't burn yourself, etc. I've got to cover my back. But yeah, that is my bit of advice when it comes to paint. I just like never ever use it direct from the pot. Never ever. I'm sure there are situations where using it directly from the pot might become a good idea. I'm just trying to think. In fact, like Typhus Corrosion and Blood for the Blood God, I've used directly from the pot. But just mixing it up and just like, I would say the outer bit there is too thick for my own tastes. Giving a little bit of a practice, and also you can also get a bit of plastic sprue. Bearing in mind this hasn't been primed, unfortunately. But you can see vaguely what it's like, the difference in transparency and how it. Yeah, this is not the best bit to show you, unfortunately, because it's not primed at all and it's behaving very poorly. Like there, for example, all kind of beaded up. Not great. I use it from the pot sometimes when I fix a mistake and I don't have any more of that paint on the palette. Well, I do, as someone who is not massively keen on... I don't like I'm not keen on wasting paint. However, I think it depends... I would say it depends on... For me, it depends on how much of a rush I'm in and what kind of miniature I'm painting, I suppose. If I'm going for a like what I deem a slightly better looking miniature, finish wise, then I'll sacrifice a bit of extra paint. I'll put it onto the wet palette and make sure it's the right consistency. If I'm in a rush and the miniatures are like regular troopers and stuff like that, and they'll be within a squad of 10 or 20 or something, then I'd probably be okay with not necessarily going direct, taking it to the wet palette. But excuse me, just how I am, unfortunately. Very irritating. So I need brush. Where's... Change the camera to there. I'm just going to move those over here just to make sure I don't accidentally paint them. What's a wet palette? I can show you what a wet palette is, my friends. Free of charge. Now I do actually have 2 wet palettes next to me. I got a big bad boy wet palette, and I have its smaller brother. So I'm an idiot. This is a wet palette right here. This one is from Red Grass Games, as you can see. Basically a sealed device, a sealed box, if you will. Which you keep your pet you keep your paint wet, or at least viable for a lot longer. So, unfortunately, this paper is actually on its way out. Unfortunately, it's in a bit of a state. It's been here for quite a while. So Ew. Yeah, we need to definitely wash it. That was some sort of scum or something. The wet palette consists, as you can see, it wrinkled up there. That's why this paper is... So it consists of a spongy layer, right? And then a paper layer for you to put your paints on. Now, I've had these paints in here for several weeks, at least. You can still see a tiny bit of water in down here. So yeah, these paints are not really usable. There is probably a couple of them which are still okay. And I could probably use them. Like these ones in the center I'd probably use. A lot of them are basically not worth it. However, this has been going strong for basically 2, maybe 3 weeks. So that's a Red Grass Games one. I do have its bigger brother next to me as well, the Studio one, which I mean, this one's absolutely fine. There are other brands out there. Now, before anyone gets at me, you don't need to buy a branded one. You can make your own. I'm just looking for the thing I use. I can't find it. It's gone AWOL. So basically, for the longest time, I used this one right here, which is a sandwich container, I believe. It has sort of a blue, like, the lid has a blue silicone bit to it, so it can clamp down on this. I think it's a, like, what's the brand? Box... something or other. It's a sandwich container. What's up, Lucian? Wet pallets ahoy. Ahoy! All right. Tupperware. Yeah. Basically, it's Tupperware. I'm hoping I can see the lid. Unfortunately, I can't. But you know, they've got like a sort of silicone, like a blue bit, so when it tightens down, it's like an airtight thing. What you do is, you get yourself something like this. If you don't want to buy a thing. What I did is, like in England or UK, there are sort of like spongy square things used for wiping surfaces down. And they're like foamy and they're sort of, whatever that is, they're sort of 5mm thick or something like that. Slap that in. And then I use some grease, silicone, baking powder. Baking powder? Jesus Christ. Baking paper. Cut to shape. So, and then you just like soak the sponge. So the sponge is nicely saturated, and then you lay on a bit of paper, ideally like going up the sides a little bit. Because otherwise water can spill out and coat all your paints, which is a bit of a nightmare. But I used this for about 1.5 years before I finally bought the Red Grass Games one. But as I said, I've been using this since 2003, 2004. And I still use it to this day. So, like, it's not all about wet palettes. As much as some people will tell you. I don't know. What do you reckon about that, Lucius? Lucius? Frickin'. I was looking at an order. It's still not sent. I ordered Lucius. He's not appeared yet. I meant Lucian. Yeah. It's like... I don't regret buying the Red Grass Games one. I use it a lot when I'm painting. And I have no qualms. Qualms? Qualms. I can't type. I've got no qualms about recommending that one. But using a homemade one will do the job basically just as well. They do have... They do... You can buy replacement... Where's my face? You can buy replacement foamy things, right? And you can buy replacement bits of siliconized hydration membranes. But that's all money. Well, I mean, I suppose everything's all money, really. But there is only one they fear. No, it's still not ship, Lucian. I'm basically at the point where I'm just going to cancel the order, unfortunately. Because I stupidly ordered it with a bunch of paints as well. And it's still not turned up. And I just really want the paints at this point. The miniature can... I'll just get the miniature later at some point this century. I need to get what... Lucian, listen. Can we talk about this if business, alright? Can we talk about this if business? When? When, wiggly eyebrows, you start painting again. Alright? That's the magic. Also, look what I printed over the weekend. In their tongue is Dovahkiin. Dragonborn. Exactly. Yeah, shot by HA, by the way, if people on Twitch have no idea who I'm talking to, I am dual streaming to YouTube. Hello YouTube, hello Twitch. Warhammer does get pretty saucy on the wallet. It does. I have developed over the years quite the backlog. It's not called a backlog. It's not called a pile of shame. A lot of people call it that. I'm proud of it. It's future content. So we are... While I do have a 3D printer, which is what we're working on today, we do have a lot of stuff to slowly start working on. If we can concentrate just for a few minutes. Where was my paint gone? Here it is. Yeah, it is. It is. It's from my favorite 3D boy. I'm sure he would hate me if I called him a 3D boy. But here he is. Like he has actually, he printed him out over the weekend and he thought, okay, he might be a bit too big. So I think he did a 90% version of him that he's a lot happier with, because compared to my Spidernaut, he is kind of chunky. He's a big boy. Like these spider legs, I don't know how they compare to regular Contemptor Dreadnought legs. I think slightly shorter, but yeah. Scratch build, save 1,000. Well, that is true, Fat Man's Kitchen. Pile of Glory. Well, that is another way. That is another thing. Yeah, I could call it that. But I branded it as future content a few years ago. So that's what I got to stick with it. Yeah, I think I like this creator. I just really like his style, man. You know. So there's his head. It is. I haven't glued it in. Still a bit wibbly wobbly. But he's got all kinds of stuff going on. Oh my god. He's got a weird. He has a sort of collar. Like there, keeping his bonts in. And then he has an auxiliary chest protector. Now, I just got to figure out how I'm going to paint this, because unfortunately, it's a bit of a nightmare. Obviously, I'm going to have to paint this head separately. And then the arms sort of go into this. So, like, I don't think I can stick the arms on too early, because this auxiliary chest piece is holding everything into place. And then Oh, God. Oh, no. The blue tack. It finally failed. Ladies and jelly spoons. It's a sad, sad day. An auspicious day. Monday, the 16th of June, 2025. Finally lost the plot. But he does have his big shoulder pads. I'm really looking forward to painting him. I think I'm going to paint him as an Imperial Fist. However, there's a slight temptation to paint him up as a Bernie boy. I've not painted one of those in a hot minute, and I'm tempted to. I have a question about primer. Uh-oh. I've been using Abaddon Black for priming. Because I've only done singular figures, but they take ages. Do you have any recommendation for primers? Shot by HA. This is basically the paint I've been using since 1994. Various iterations of this primer. This is the one I've been using for the longest time. Now, you can go to sort of Halfords or your local auto parts kind of thing and get what was the one in America called? Was it Rust-Oleum Grey? There was a Rust-Oleum Grey one which was great, which I have used. You can use you're getting into the hobby, so it's probably a bit too much to expect you to have an airbrush at this point. You don't need to use an air. You can like. You can get, like, this is a gloss one I purchased by accident. You can get, like, you can get these and brush them on with a paintbrush, if you wish. If you're unable to spray for whatever reason, potentially something like this is viable. I would not get the gloss one, just get the regular. There are other companies out there. I know there's a company, for example, called Colorforge, which do primers. Honestly, I like this one, and it's what I use when I'm not using. Like, I've got some fancy airbrush primers over there. Hold on, I was running away. Beyond, how you doing, dude? Thank you so much for the raid. How was the old stream today? How you doing, Mad Cat? Talk to me, you saucy rascal. We were just talking about primers. So I'm dual streaming to YouTube as well, and someone over on YouTube was asking what's the deal with primers. Because I think they're just getting into the hobby and they're using Abaddon Black because they're literally just painting a miniature at a time at this point. Just kind of trying to get a sort of a what's it on the dial on. I don't know. I'm struggling speaking. They're just trying to get how to paint, basically. I don't want to. That sounds probably a bit dodgy. I don't mean it in a bad way. About to use a soldering iron to weather the metal. Oh my god. Fat Man's Kitchen, you be careful. I should say in a rattle can. AK Fine Primer Black is smooth. Let me do the shout out. That's why I had the keyboard in front of me. Dude, how you doing? Just to strike. Oh, dude, it's been an absolute terrible day. Tell me how bad your day has been, just so I can feel slightly better about my day. Please. Folks, there is a big fat, if you're on Twitch at least, there should be a shout out at the top of your, like, chat box. Alright? It says join us in following Beyond the Box Art. Alright? There's a heart next to it. You smash that heart button if you're not already following. Okay? Really easy to do. And you'll follow a fantastic painter at the same time. Alright? I've done it. If I can do it, you should be able to do it. No pressure. Aphelion, hello, how you doing today? What's going on? Shot by HA on YouTube says, I do have one actually. I do other art stuff. You've just been doing Warhammer. Oh, okay, so you've already got some supplies. Very early finish for you beyond the box art. I've been having a terrible day as well. Just utter disaster. My editing PC, the brand spanking new one, it's just the GPU decided to go, and it's made me really unhappy. Made me so unhappy. I'm sorry to hear your day has been bad, although I was asking you to make me feel better by reminiscing about how bad your day was. I'm sorry yours was rubbish. It's all good. I'm very grateful. Shot by HA. I mean, this is all from my point of view, and like, you know, your how you paint and stuff like that may very well vary from my techniques and stuff like that. So what I do, you might find to be absolutely trash, absolutely terrible. I certainly hope not, but these things do happen, unfortunately. Nurgle Matthew, hello. I'm feeling not bad. Weather sucks here. Clammy and raining. Whereabouts are you? I'm not asking for your home address. Or not. I don't know. Where vaguely are you? Very vaguely. Glasgow. Okay. I can understand. I can understand. It is. I think the sun is trying to come out here. But I've got the blinds down, so it doesn't make a much difference for me, unfortunately. It's hold on. Well, it started really yesterday. Likewise, when you asked a few mates out for a beer after seeing your mum and bro on Father's Day. It was indeed Father's Day. I did get my dad a card. Didn't get to see him, but I'm seeing him on Thursday. This Thursday is my nephew's first birthday. I'm hoping there's cake for him. I'm hoping his mum and dad, or my brother at least, has got cake involved. I would like some cake. The night went on until the early hours. Oh God. Didn't get home. You didn't get home like you wanted to, so slept in an unfamiliar bed. Wiggly eyebrows. But not enough food in me, and oh no. Oh God. They seem like despite that it was going to be okay, it turns out painting in a new place when the temperature goes up becomes hell. Yes. Yes. This room gets very hot. I do have a big... I don't want to show off. But I do have a big girthy unit right here. But I need to get the ducting to plug it into the wall because it's currently on just blowing air mode, which is not great. This room gets really hot. It gets really hot. So I'm very glad I got it, but I got to get the ducting so it can go out of that thing there. Beyond the box art, dude, I'm very sorry that painting was not great. And combined with last night's like beverages. Hopefully like your evening goes well and you can relax and like feel better for tomorrow. Tomorrow is another day, as they say, and it will be a better one. It will be a better one. But what were you painting today? We are painting slowly another Dreadnought. He's not going with my Spidernaut, by the way. He's not going with my Spidernaut. Right here. Spidernaut is behaving himself, but he's actually... Bloody hell. He's actually quite a bit bigger than the Castroferum one. We were on the last bits of... Oh, the moot. We're going to do the thing, by the way. I've got to get better at it. I know I've been really bad at it. We're gonna do the thing. We're gonna look at the Instagram. And then we're going to get back to painting at the speed of a startled slug. Because that is the speed we paint at. Unfortunately for... Hold on. All right. Okay. All right. Madcat, you not doing you Instagram? I've been just falling off using Instagram. I've really not been. The hell is going on? It's an old one. Am I not following? Is there a new iteration? Oh god. Hold on. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. Either way, let me tell you, I'm not massively keen on Instagram at the moment. I personally blame obviously Disney. Yeah. It's unpopulated. I need to populate mine like it's going out of business. It's been a disaster, really, truth be told. My Instagram. I don't post enough for the algorithm to be happy. And I'm not massively keen on posting work in progress things. So that's why, and I don't paint quickly enough to update the Instagram as much as the algorithm would like. That's my excuse. And I hate reels with a burning passion. I can't stand them. Smells horrible but looks sick, such as the way with Nurgle's gift. Exactly. I've been fighting the dogs because if I don't, everything will go to the dogs. Well, this is exactly true. Exactly. Instagram doesn't give you anything. You just really detest using the editing software. I've never used. Like I can do like a Instagram as a story. I try and at least post a story, but I'm not massively. I hate the phone thing so much. Oh, don't even get me started. Don't even listen. All right, we're gonna have a look at. Wait, hold on. Oh, I'm glad that wasn't some filth or something. Not that this channel has any filth on it at all. However, go to the right page. This is Madcat's Instagram right here. We just look at this magnificent. Every time I see this, I'm very irritated. Evidently not too irritated to actually like it, apparently. But I love this paint job, dude. It's a newer picture, that'll be why. Check the whip. I will check the whip. Hold on, my friend. I just want to have we just want to have a quick look at. Oh, look at those blue boys. The old space wizards. I don't know. The thing is, I'm genuinely not on Instagram nearly as much as I used to be. In the good old days when it was just pictures, I used to be on it basically daily. Basically daily. Because there was always so much inspiration. Because like I was just getting fed like pictures of miniatures 24/7. And it was a great time. And it was a great time. Why is that Discord? Hold on. Wait, I got a button to tickle. Oh god, those were paintbrushes. God almighty, I thought that was something else. Dude, we were talking about gold earlier today. You're into the space wizards, are you? Oh, I heard that alert. Hey, I finally heard an alert, which, thank you so much for the alert. Whatever that one was, thank you so much. What would that have been? I completely missed it, though. Oh, oh, it was a resub. Bloody hell. Thank you so much for the resub. Oh God, that's... Oh God. Vive, thank you so much. How the devil are you? 61 months. That's 5 years. Thank you so much. How are you? I hope you're well. You'll be heading out now, Shotty. Excuse me. I do stream normally Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Wednesdays are always a bit iffy when it comes to streaming on YouTube, because sometimes I just really want to play some absolute bangers, which YouTube will be like, naughty, naughty. Very naughty. And then I wouldn't be able to play that music. So sometimes it's just a Twitch stream. But Monday, Tuesday, definitely, and ideally Wednesday at 4 o'clock UK time. Thank you so much for swinging by. Have a great evening. Vive, how was your weekend? Talk to me. Before we get too sidetracked, I just want to grumble. I'm going to grumble again about Instagram's stupid square picture nonsense. All right, I can tell you why I hate it. All right, I'm gonna show you for free. Okay, so as many of you know, I used to have a baking Instagram of sorts, right? When I used to sort of do some baking for a local restaurant, right? Mostly bread, right? It was mostly bread, occasional tarts, bagels, right? Why you change so much? Discord be discording. Do you have a whip? I have, it's called... I don't have a whip channel. I need a whip channel. I thought I did have a whip channel. I'm going to have a whip. Hold on. Mini whips. That's quips. Can't spell. Gonna bang that out there. Okay. Went back to work today after being sick. Oh God, I'm so sorry to hear that. About going back to work and also being sick for a week. It's so exhausted. I completely understand. I'm so sorry. No, too late beyond the box. I've already changed it. Have to say goodbye. Dinner time in Denmark. What's for dinner? Tell us what's for dinner before you go. I will get slaughtered if the stream runs in a... Oh no, I completely understand that. Thank you so much for swinging by. Have a great evening. Have a lovely meal. No doubt you will. I'm about to show you why I hate the new iteration of Instagram images. Hold on. Back when I used to bake, right? I did one of those stupid... What are they called? It was a 3x3 picture. So I chopped it up into 9 different images and I posted them. Right? This was supposed to be... This now looks wonky. They ruined my tart! Instagram has ruined my tart. And as a result, I'm really not keen on it. I don't even know if that is showing. Okay? I don't know why. I blame... It's the mobile phone, people. It's because everyone likes the vertical nonsense these days, which makes me grumpy. It is. It really is. Like, they ruined it. This was all perfect. Look, for example, this side. Look at the side, the succulent side of this raspberry and white chocolate tart. Ah, it was so good. And it was... They just ruined it. It was really tasty, though. So there is that. Thought you said vertical nonsense. I'm definitely not about that. No. So did we talk about gold yet? Spandau Ballet? Oh yes, look at you. Yes, thank you very much. You tickle that button. Succulent like a Chinese, like exactly like a Chinese meal. Thank you very much for tickling that button. I # appreciate it. Madcat, can I tell you about my... starting last night, also, my computer went tits up. Normally, I wouldn't be against it. However, where's my brush gone? On the floor. Yeah, the graphics card, I believe, has gone completely sideways. It's not been nice. I'm not happy about it. Tried to fix it this morning and just got even worse. I literally just started making, like, editing again. And now I have to wait until either those wizards can fix it or I just make noises. Alright. Looks like tasty. Where do I find the recipe? I gotta read. Wait. Hold on. Is there paint on this brush? I don't think there is. I will see if I can find that recipe for you. Like I love many things, but raspberries are one of the things I love the most. If I see a raspberry in a pudding, usually a sign that it's a good pudding. Usually, not always. You're a wizard. Hey. I try to be. I wish I was more of a wizard. Then I would just like wizard more I don't know, delicious food into this room. Get in there, you little rascal. Alright, it's gonna leave that to dry now. Sweet. So V, let me... Where did I... See, the thing is, I used to have a website where I used to attempt to do like a baking blog, but I nuked it, unfortunately. You know what I'm gonna do? What did I call the tart? Raspberry and white chocolate mousse tart. I'm gonna Google it. I'm sure I didn't come up with this recipe on my own. I'm not that much of a wizard. So let me see if I can. I'm gonna do you a favor. All right. Raspberry and white chocolate. No, not muffins. Tart. See if I can find a recipe which looks like I would have used it. Some of these, they're definitely they're not. Nah. It might have been. God, would it be good housekeeping? Kind of. Could have been a goose. Oh my God, I'm really struggling speaking, just in general. Mascarpone. See, it's got mascarpone in it. I wouldn't have used that. I've got higher standards than bloody mascarpone. I'm not into that. Double cream. Freeze-dried double cream. Okay, this seems more like it, but not enough. They didn't use enough raspberries for my liking, so I maxed out on raspberries. Beef, I think this might have been the recipe. I'm not. Musk of pony. That's a horrific thought. That's a horrific thought. No. Mascarpone. Yeah, I suppose it does sound like musk of a pony. Or maybe it was this one. We're now... No, it wasn't that one. I think it might have been that one I linked. Unless it's this one on Berry World. Yeah, I think that recipe I linked might have been one that unless I found it in one of my books of tarts. That is probably the nearest one. Hold on. Let me just check this. I found... Oh, God. No, go away. What is this? What's going on? Reject all. Go away. Pistachio tart crust. Oh, my God. Can you stop asking me for my email address? No. Go away, foul beast. We're going to get back to painting very shortly, I promise. It's just we get sidetracked as soon as we start talking about tarts and puddings. Yeah, yeah, I think that might have been the recipe. I didn't realize I was on this screen either. Slightly embarrassing. Sorry. All right. Right, where was I? Oh, we were waiting for paint to dry. The normal move. Okay, I think we're actually going to paint the little bits steel while we have the paint here. I think this might be the one. Gonna give it a bit of a jiggle. I'm gonna wait for it for it to calm down because the only thing is with these ones, it's got hear that noise? There is a ball in here, or of some variety. So it does get the paint does get a bit bubbly. So it does. If I take this lid off now, it'll start to bubble out. So I'm gonna wait for a little bit for the pressure to just relax. And then I'll flip the lid off, and we can get to slapping some paint about. But we're only going to paint like the little edge. Whoops. With steel, and then we're going to get on to doing the gold. We have to tidy up. There's a lot to tidy up, obviously. On this. So I'm not worried about being too messy. I might as well get this steel done while I can. There's a lot of steel to paint on this thing, and honestly, there's a lot of gold to paint as well. So, an advert coming up by the looks of it on Twitch. Rightfully sorry, in 5 minutes you will be inundated with a cursed advert unless you've been like Vive and subscribed like an absolute legend. My pleasure, Vive. I love things. Raspberries, raspberry tarts, raspberry-based puddings. I'm not massively into white chocolate because I think it's like almost too sweet. But that's why the power of the raspberry came in, and that's quite tart. It cut through the sweetness of the white mousse, so I think it worked quite well. Yeah. Hope you like it. On. Oi. Right. All right, we're going to see how this goes. Not sure exactly how long we're streaming for. I think today is more like the cursed computer dying has really thrown a spanner into the works, like mentally. Very frustrating. I'm just checking to see if an email has appeared saying, yo, we're going to sort your problem out. I did email them just before 4 o'clock, so I'm not expecting anything. However, hope springs eternal. I finally watched Tenet. Tenet over the weekend? I've never seen before. I heard people constantly going, it's amazing. So I watched it. Have other people seen it? Do we like it? I don't know if I like it. I think I definitely need to watch it again, that's for sure. I'm sure there's stuff which happened which I completely didn't clock. The first time. Because the whole sort of how the film is. As I said earlier, we will be tidying those bits up later, so... We'll be fixing that later. Yeah, I reckon that's sort of... Yeah, that'll... Okay. Wondering if maybe... Maybe, baby. Gold. Did we even mean to use... Did we mean to use Viking gold? Did I have started with... Whatever that one is? Yo, I've no idea. I might have made a mistake. Anyway. I've got a hiccup. And we are going to use Dwarven Gold. See how that works for us. Making this a bit jazzier. I don't think we're going to do final highlights on it. Truth be told. At this point, it's too early. We will be replicating this gold on other bits. So for on the sarcophagus, there's some gold bits we really should be painting at this point in time as well. There. And probably these bits here, although we've just done the trim on that one with steel, but this should potentially be steel as well, but we're going to do it out of gold. And it's going to give us an excuse to listen to some Spandau Ballet, at least off camera. Or maybe on Wednesday. On Wednesday's stream. Break out the Spandau Ballet. Have I not used this paint before? Ladies and Jelly Spoons. I don't think I've used this paint before. There's a little bit of spillage there. But, as you can see there, this nipple. This is a virgin nipple, ladies and gentlemen. An auspicious day. Find a... and use it. Because these pots of paint, the nipple is sealed. All right, don't be. I know many people have been going like, why is there no paint appearing? And then this entire part of the lid just goes whee, and then all the paint comes out. I'm going to pop it live and on air. All right, if this was on OnlyFans, this stream would be worth so much money. Apparently. How you doing, Gabba? What's cracking, dude? By the way, I have a 3D print for you. Yeah, I have a 3D print for you. All right. You have to make that noise, by the way. Paint doesn't come out if you don't make that noise. The rules. Making silly noises really helps. How was your weekend, dude? Yeah, this paint is a lot brighter. Yeah, oh, that one went a bit sideways. Oh, I did. You almost bought the... You almost bought the... I read that as Star Wars for a second. Then I realized you said Space Wolves. Why didn't you? Dude, you should have bought them. Be more like me. Be more like me. Buy the Space Wolves. What have made you not buy it? Man, I need to play Skyrim. God damn it. Janet. I have to remedy a few of these bits. But I was concentrating. I was stopped talking. cretin who just drives past the house with a motorbike maximum speed. In the 20 zone, I should say. All right, go baby. I'm not on. Yeah, I don't know if I 100% like it. Could always be better. However, we got to get a bit of a wiggle on. We are going to. I am going to drop the paintbrush almost and use this color, which I believe is Elven Gold. I could be really mistaken. I'm going to find out. I can't make out what words it says there. It's supposed to say something. Like this one has Dwarven Gold. Like right there. So if we... Like right there it should say... something. Doesn't. I have used this paint before. I just checked its nipple. Having checked the nipple... I have found out that it is actually it's been used before. So we're going to use a tickle more of it. I don't know if we're going to fully highlight up to chrome, or indeed, or aluminium for that matter. This is quite a bright bad boy. Like chrome is a good one. Aluminium, and there's one other one which I like to use. Silver. That's a good one. You're looking for like a specular highlight for something like gold. Then you might want to use that. Should you be feeling fruity? Is this paint too? Or is it not? Oh! Alright, let's go, baby. Alright, so we are going to be doing this on elsewhere on this bad boy, but... Not yet. Oh god, that was a lot of water I just put the brush into. All gone Pete Tong. All gone Pete Tong, ladies and jelly spoons. What? How are you doing, saucy rascal? Hello. Hope you had a good weekend. Paint splitting like that. The paint just completely split. I put it onto the... Yeah, the paint's completely split from its the medium on the palette. Oh! Oh god, please don't broken. That just flew off. Flew off. Onto the floor. Maybe it's trying to find that bit of Lehman Russ tank tread that we sacrificed to the void on last week's stream. Maybe it's right next to it, and I'll just be able to look down and see them both, just like, yo, been here all the time. That would be sweet. Indeed, Mort. Indeed we are. Because it does happen. Thing is, I keep saying, there is more to hobbying than just painting. But that's why we do building streams. How you doing, Mort? What's your Monday looking like? Oh, better. There is no tank tread on the floor, unfortunately. It is a sad, sad day for us. Why have I got them each? Why just not have them side by side instead? You think that might be more sensible? Ooh. What I was thinking, I don't want to... See, I'm a bit... No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it because I might jinx it. Filling your con art prints I've acquired from the past. Oh, filing. Filing them. What was your favourite print that you got from those two cons? That is my question. That's my question. I dare you to answer it. And you can only say there is only one. Imagine yourself as Connor McLeod. There can be only one. All right? None of this two action. There can be only one. Don't look the same. Right, because I haven't highlighted the other one yet. That. All right, let's go, baby. Maybe we will do specular highlight. Maybe it's way too early to do the specular highlight. But maybe that's where I've been going wrong all this. All right, ladies. All right, let's go. All right. Rubbish. Absolutely terrible. I don't think this brush is doing me any favors. Fuck it. Let me think. We actually, screw it. We will do a little bit of a specular highlight. We'll do a little bit of tiny. You went to your GW to get the Imperial Guard Codex and saw they had a Space Wolves box. Yeah. And? Tell me more, Gabba. You got one of the cat ones? Hold on. Are you trying to do a link? In which case the bot will definitely bonk you. Think. Yeah, if you need a permit. You should just go and you know, purchase it, Gabba. So you don't feel that feeling of missing out. You went to pick it up, but I thought, nah, it'll sit under the stairs with everything else. Just came away with the codex. Chicken. Chicken. That's all I got. That's all I got, dude. This is not the right paint. I'm not going to use aluminium. I'm going to use chrome, baby. We got the beard cam going on. Rightfully sorry about that, folks. See what I mean? It all... Oh, hello. What happened there? It all bubbles up. So we will do a little bit of... I'm just randomly putting it where I fancy. It's not... Unfortunately, this is not really... I'm just like literally just mashing it where I want it to go. It's not ideal. But there we go. We have some paint on there, which is all that matters. What I was thinking, I don't want to say it out loud because I don't want to actually make myself actually have to do it. We'd have to see. That's all I'm going to say on that matter. Let's get the steel paint out, baby. All right, we're going to absolutely hose this down. The steel needs to go a lot of places. We are going to then, once we've done all the metallic paints, then we'll do the sort of like paneling, like the black one shoulder, i.e. this shoulder is going to be blue. The rest is going to be black. I know we haven't done the gold on that one. My brain was sleeping. But he's going to have gold wings. The feathery bits are going to be gold. The outer sort of bony bit, or whatever the outside bit of the wing is called, that's going to be steel along with the skull, which is going to mean that we can then have the framing of this carapace of the coffin bit that can be gold, which then means these tube bits can then be metal again, which is good. So I like that. It means we can have a suitable amount of bling for this bad boy without going too over the top, because too much gold is frankly cheesy and pretty horrific look. In my knowledgeable opinion on the matter, having too much gold. I have 0 gold, as far as I know. All right. Let's just get to work, ladies and jelly spoons. This should have probably been gunmetal, but it's only a little flamethrower. Time is it? I've got to keep my eye on the time. It's only 6:30. I said earlier, I don't know if it's going to be a full 4-hour bad boy stream. Could well be less. But I don't want to, literally don't want to be painting everything gold. I literally don't want to be painting everything metal either. Gold is a metal. By metal, I meant steel. I don't want to be painting everything steel. So we are going to have to try and locate panels where we can. They're going to be black. The only other thing I need to remember, ladies and jelly spoons, is... in fact, I'm going to have to show you. This is to go with our second company, who are known for being... They have, like, red weaponry. So while the shoulder pad is going to be black, the actual casing of this bad boy is going to be red. That's going to be wild, because it's... It's a plasma gun. Same for this bad boy. Casing for that is going to be red, except for the shoulder itself. So we just need to try and remember that the weaponry coloring, like the casing, I guess, probably the word, needs to be red. Bit of a hydraulic in there. Bit on something. Damn it! I shouldn't have glued those on. A little bit of okay. Well, these are going to be steel. I do have a paint called exhaust nozzle, or something, exhaust manifold. So maybe this bit should be that color instead. A bit browner. Although that is the manifold there, isn't it? Yeah? I think either way, we're just going to get a base coat. Down to begin with. We want to go over it later. With the exhaust manifold color, then we have the option of we do need to paint this thing. I forgot. I need to get some black on that. This needs to be steel color. Remember, let's slap some metal on it if I remember it. The toe, I don't think we're going to worry about the feet. I did manage to get the legs on your Sentinel painted this weekend. Going to do some armor panels for it later. Hell yeah. What? I remember in the future. Oh god, no. This is all going to be metal. What color scheme are you going with? Like the old El Clasico. I need to break out the other Dreadnought. This paint is bit. So these are going to be steel. He's got some hydraulic bits. Got to make the noises, otherwise the paint doesn't work. The same as a Deathworld Forest with camo. I've still not made my mind up with the paint. Like, I really want to do the paints like the traditional paint scheme. But then part of me is also sort of saying, well, what about some sexy urban jungle camo? Did you think about that? And then I think to myself, yes, I did think about that. Years ago. Why I started painting some of them. Well, Cadians, actually. No, they're not the same. But I did do urban warfare camo. At least attempted it. I did spend not this weekend. This weekend was an utter disaster, dude. Dude, it was a disaster. That was a terrible week. The last weekend or the weekend before that, I guess 3 weekends ago, I was looking at camos, different saucy varieties of camo. Quite interesting, like a lot of Wikipediaing going on. So I do actually need to get the original Dreadnought. Get the OG himself out. See how he painted him. Just so we got all the like similar bits in similar places. Doesn't have to be actually 1 for 1 or anything like that. We'll hit the burb. That's a PG picture. All right. What's the music situation? Something's happened to it. I can just barely hear it. That's what's happened to it. All right. Oh, now everything's disappeared. Il a disparu. All right, so here is our second company, Dreadnought. He's not magnificent, but he is pretty good. Yeah. Oh, we have gone with metal toes. Ladies and jelly spoons, we have gone with metal toes. Let it be said that we have gone with metal toes. Unfortunately, here is his other hand, his other arm. So obviously we do go with the red. Like, I'm very keen on having like some aspect of the red era, if possible. So we are going to have some weaponry. So we do have a little casing here that needs to be red. I like that. Now, I didn't really finish this as much as I would have liked to, truth be told, but such is life. For example, that cable there, absolutely terrible. Yeah, we definitely needed to spend a bit more time on him, really. Back of him, looking at the posterior, there's a lot of metal going on. Inside of the arm sockets, they're going to be metal. This plate is going to be black. Exhaust shrouds, that's going to be black. Inner gubbins, metal. This tubing is terrible. Oh my god. It is Vallejo metal, yes. The breakfast of champions. Your Iron Warriors, they would look so good. Box Dreadnoughts, like, for me, whenever I think of Warhammer 40k, I know I've said this a couple of times before, but it's usually two things that I think of. Terminators. I don't want to specifically say Space Wolf Terminators, but this was like one of my first 5 minis I ever painted. And Boxnauts. Like, I know 40k has so many other cool units, not just Space Marines, but like Imperial Guard and like Orcs. It's all very 40k, but like this, absolutely love it. I'm so glad I managed to find a file where it looks like it's not exact replica, right? Not he's missing his front armor. We are painting that. Hello. Not an exact copy. It's this person's own sort of rendition. So glad to have it because I do like it. Gotta say, building him though, like these, like there's a hydraulic bit here, the piston. It was literally the ram bit and the housing the ram went into. Two separate tiny little pieces, and they didn't quite fit, so I had to sand the piston down. Very tiny. So the sort of hip armor, that's going to be metal on top. Sorry, not metal on top, black on top. But the leg armor, the leggy bit itself, steel. Oh, I see on this one, I think I must have gone bronze on top. But we're not doing that. We're gonna go steel. Whee! Like so. Red goes so second edition second edition, like, well, the whole red era, whatever they call it, where you got to slap some red somewhere. Very keen, very keen on it. The front armor of the leg is going to be black, and the top bit is that bit there. The leggy bit black. The top bit of there's a little bit of right there on the top. That's going to be gold. He's a chaplain. He's allowed a bit of bling. Even though, you know, it's not for his own personal enrichment or anything like that. It's for the chapters. Someone has to wear all the bling. He's one of those people. He's making for the sacrifice. He's already made the ultimate sacrifice, let's be fair. But he is going beyond that. And he's going, yo, look, I know everyone hates gold. For the good of the chapter, I will wear it. Okay, so no one else has to suffer and ridiculously cheesy. I will be the cheese master. One of the cheese masters for the chapter. The company. All the Ultramarines were relieved. Heard that. Because there is nothing more odious. Someone covered in gold. Tasteful, yeah, tasteful hazard stripes. Well, I do have some Iron Warriors, technically. I have some technical Iron Warriors. Horus Heresy. So never say never. I mean, I do have to. I'm afraid you might want to plug your ears when I say this, but I do have a lot of Imperial Fists to paint up first. However, I could well see a return to some sweet, sweet hazard stripes. Although you should have seen hazard stripes. This one here, he's going to be Ultramarines because he's like. I have one other Ultramarine Dreadnought Boxnaut, right? On top of this, the OG Forge World one with the sweet dead Tyrannid on. He was originally going to be first company, but I'm thinking this guy, the Chaplain Dreadnought, and him could look pretty sweet. So I'm afraid he's going to be an Ultramarine. But the thing is, I can always print out more. That is the fabulous thing about 3D printed things. I could do the 3D printed. I could do the Boxnaut army of my dream, of everyone's dreams. It's like literally another one coming out of the manufactorum on the build line. Oh yeah, just plug in another mostly dead, straight out of Princess Bride, mostly dead. Space Marine. Just plug another one in, and we get more on the go. I did the worst hazard stripes. I'll see if I don't think I have any in this room. I'm pretty sure I don't have any in this room. Show you. I chickened out. I didn't really chicken out. I have... Look, firstly, I can paint a hazard stripe, right? Just so you know. I know people might not believe me, but I can do a hazard stripe. They're pretty girthy hazard stripes, though, truth be told. The really fine ones, I just like, ugh. Survey says can't be bothered. Let me show you the hazard stripes I did on my first iteration of the Iron Warriors. No. Where are we, Sunshine? I really like that. I really like that painting. You know what? I keep forgetting. I do not have a picture of him on this Discord. Oh, on this Discord. Instagram. Here we go. Iron Warrior time. So my Iron Warriors are filthy rascals. This is the worst hazard stripe. It was basically just a yellow stripe, just a single yellow stripe with black either side of it. They're really fat. Hazard stripes. It's technically a hazard stripe. But they're very rusty, filthy boys. And I do like them. I do like them. I would like to have a return to them because I do have some of their minis to paint. I've got like 3. What are the robot things called? I have 2 iron Dubry Firkins. Circle Iron Domitar. I don't know, whatever the hell they're called. Those boys. I got 2 of them. But I got some robots. With the Dark Fire Dubry Firkins. Enjoy my technical words. Fluent Code, what's that? Fluent Code, happy Monday to you. I hope you're doing well. What is going on? Why have I liked my own picture? So I have 2 more of these, I think, with the Dark Fire Lances. I'm not massively sure. I was going for a really rusty look, but with some like red paint, which has been mostly abraded. Does that make sense? I don't know why I went with red. Oh, Mechanicum. That's why. You're all really dirty. I mean, I don't know if I overdid it. I'll have to find my boys and break them out. But what I did was a lot of rust and then a lot of mud. I used a bit of blood as well, and I liked my own. We are gonna have to do Iron Warriors again at some point because they are a lot of fun. Unfortunately, these are the old boys, the old scale ones, not the new ones, which is why I was hesitant to mix the 2. Anyway, Fluent Kite. I will sing into the microphone like that. Weekend was all right. I did some building, no painting, but I did some building of the tanks. I did some work, managed to do a tiny bit of editing, and then Friday night, then Sunday night, it all went downhill. All went downhill. Computer went tits up. Really frustrated. Like, just as I'm finally getting back into making videos, or like editing videos, computer went tits up. Like, I'm assuming it was a GPU error rather than anything else. I know assumptions make the electric whatever. I'm just really frustrated. Dave, what's going on? Been watching for hours? Evidently, you must not be. You can't have been watching much, Dave. Evidently, you weren't watching this stream because we have been painting. How you doing, dude? Happy Monday. I didn't go downhill skiing. No, I should have. That would have been preferable. That would have been preferable. We did. No. Just the computer. Like a red line appeared. And I thought, okay. Check the cables. Check different inputs. Swap cables around. Make sure everything's seated. Driver refresh. Driver update. Then I did the dreaded display driver uninstall thing. And oh god. Hate having to use. Well, I love computers, but also at the same time, I hate having to like basically have life revolve around them. That makes sense. Paint's dried. You put me to sleep. I should get paid money for that. Truth be told, a lot of people find falling asleep very difficult. If I'm sending people to sleep, then I should. Who was it? Who was it? Oh, it was. Trying to monetize that. Maybe we start monetizing streams fully. Like, yo, in fact, we're not a painting stream. We're a sleep stream. subscribe for that high quality sleepy content. And you too will sleep like you've never slept before. Drooling onto a pillow. Ideally. Undercoat doesn't count as... well, we didn't do undercoat. We did undercoat off camera before stream started. So we don't even have to worry about that. Yeah, He's going for a dip. Rock on, dude. You popped your iron boys into... Okay. Oh, sorry. I do apologize. I wasn't purposefully ignoring you. Or let me just get rid of the paint on this brush and then... Loaded this brush up with a fair amount of paint. Okay. Ooh, hello. Do half of your rams? Oh god. How many rams did you have? See, that's always like one of the reasons. Do you go for the big sticks of RAM? Like for example, I have 64 gigs of, right? Do you go double 32 or quad 8? I always and ah about this a fair amount because like my brain's like, well, what happens if half of them? Then at least you've got 32 left. Only 32 left. Hold on. My maths is terrible. 8. Hold on. Oh, 16. 6. Do you get sticks of 16 or 32? 4 sticks of 16 or 2 of 32. So at least you have half of it left. Or do you go with the big sticks, then potentially go all the way up to like 128? Yeah. Jesus Christ on a bicycle. 256. 8 slots? What the hell? 8 slot? Wait, hold on. Sorry, am I... What kind of motherboard takes 8 slots? Oh, server boards? Okay. Alright, I didn't even think about that. I didn't think... Oh, sorry. I should have thought. Threadripper? Oh, God. That's disgusting. I did briefly, when I was putting my computer together, I did briefly look at a Threadripper. Then I saw the price and thought, one day we might be able to have a need for it, but today is not that day. We got to work our way up slowly. And then maybe we can roll around in random sticks of RAM. Jesus Christ, you lost half of that though. Let me go and have a look at these picks. Too much bloody money. Well, this is the thing, Dave. Yeah, I mean, for myself, in my current situation, too much. Those are nice. However, in the future, I do want to get back into 3D modeling again. And then if ideally like rendering videos and stuff, some ridiculous amount of RAM would be rather juicy. Those Iron Warriors, sorry, I'm looking at the Predator right now. Dude, that's so sweet. That's really nice. I like that little bit of blue you got in there. What blue is that you've worked in? A shade. Furioso! Dude, thank you so much for 60. 63 months. Sorry, I was just really struggling in general. How you doing today? What's up, Meg? How you doing? What's cracking? Hello. Happy Monday to you all. You're a computer scientist? Well, you kind of need it then. I tried computer science. I was terrible at it. Apparently, no one said you had to be really, like, being good at maths would help. I should have thought about that. You got some saucy stripy boys there. That's really nice. I like it. Almost a whole year. Exactly, dude. Definitely. That is basically an entire year. How you doing? What's cracking? And all he does is play Minecraft? I suppose someone has to play Minecraft. Right? Very nice hazard strike. Yeah, they're way better than mine. Maybe we can aspire to have better hazard stripes in the future. Oh, and there's the Nurgle boyo. Oh, he's got the... I like the dude just melting in that cup. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Can't complain? Honey, you can complain. Like, I've been grumbling today quite a lot. Mostly about my own stuff, my own problems. I haven't been grumbling about other people, though. First coat is dark silver, 3-color blend, heavy metal. I'm sure I have that paint somewhere, and speed metal and the other metal. I can, but nobody will listen. Well, people can listen. They probably in one ear and out the other. Right? They don't care. They'll there's a nod their head, look at you, and they just won't. They might pretend. Utter rascals. The Horus Heresy grind. Honestly, dude, this weekend I was building some Lehman Russes, and then screaming at my computer for misbehaving. But we are working on an Ultramarine second company today, giving Ultramarine second company a Dreadnought Chaplain. I decided to 3D print. He's got his gold bits here. Bling! In one rear and out the other. Am I right? But always right. Thousand Sun Marines are basically dust animating the armor, or as it's known, Tyrannid. Can I say that word on YouTube, or does we get bonked? I just do on the safe side. I will say, what's Colombian marching powder? Snort. How you doing, Moon Knights? What's going on? Happy Monday to you. I hope you had a magnificent weekend. Meg, I hope you had a magnificent weekend as well. What you been up to? I hope you're well. If Dave, you're just a humble IT engineer, a very poor one. Hey, that's doing stuff that I could only dream of, literally. It's all a headache for me. Like I can build a PC, and that's it. As soon as it comes to hunting down errors and other such things, it's a complete nightmare. It's a headache, and I'm going round and round in circles, driving myself insane. Wishing that I was just a humble IT engineer. Sorry, I'm getting very stressed out just thinking about having to fix this bloody computer after stream. You suspect saying is fine, but you never know with auto mod throws a tantrum. That's exactly true. It's exactly true, Moon Knight. Was nice you took a weekend off. Oh, you had some cons? How were they? Which ones did you go to? Colombian marching powder is right, yes. I do like that. I do like that phrase, whatever the word is. I don't, just to clarify, don't or never will do that stuff. Instead, spent it on con crunching. Well, are you going to relax now after the Batman's Kitchen? Do you think the primer fumes will cancel out the plastic fumes? If only it worked like that. If only it worked like that, Fat Man's Kitchen. I wish that were the case. I don't think it will. What I find is it is a great excuse to go and make a cup of tea for like half an hour and just leave a window open. That's what I find. You know, if there's anything particularly noxious in the room, apart from myself, obviously. I find it a good excuse to go and have another cup of tea and leave a window open and come back to a less headache-inducing room. Also wearing a respirator, that's a big help. I feel like I need to say that. Oh my god. I think that I need to say that. I don't feel. Obviously, because I'm English. No, you need hold on, let me count. Fan Expo Dallas. You were a guest at Chemo Kawaii. If I butchered that, it sounds like I butchered the name. I apologize. Then Comicapalooza. Oh bloody hell, Meg. Where's Comicapalooza? Nope, you still got to prep for 3 more events. Oh my god. And then Dragon Con. I know Dragon Con. Not personally, but I've heard of it before. Comicapalooza, Galaxy Con Rally, Colossal Con Texas, then Dragon Con. Is Dragon Con also in Texas? I do apologize for not knowing these things. Cons are not my... The only con that I know is Con Furioso. You're just joking, got an airbrush? No, I do see that. But Batman's Kitchen, just on the off chance that other people are out there listening and not necessarily paying attention, I think sometimes I need to say these things out loud so that other people can benefit from my wisdom. Comicapalooza's in Houston, and you say Chemo Kawaii correct. I'm basically fluent. Dragon Con is Atlanta. Oh, really? Bloody hell. So... Oh, God. I'm not going to say what I was going to say in case I get the states muddled up. Connie, you hear he's a bollocks? You hear incorrectly. Very charming chappy. How's the old music world? How's the old... We need to slap a bit more paint on this bad boy. Burp! You feel very confident saying he's an awful bollocks? How very dare you? How very dare you? You take that back, young man. Your confidence is incorrect. Incorrect. Incorrectly placed confidence. It's unconfidence in what is what it is. Music world is grand. I absolutely need to be making more. You do. Some banging beats. Oh! Yes. The white and red stripe of doom. Hell yes. Which hopefully will happen now that I bought a new fancy piece. Oh, we all like a fancy piece on the side. I mean, what? A fancy piece of gear from Toman. Is there a Toman IE? Or a UK one? I could have sworn I saw... Because normally I just ordered from, like, the German one. Well, because I order so much musical stuff. Obviously. I could have sworn there was, like, a UK... There was a UK one. That's how it works. Gear equals productivity. Absolutely true. Was it this? I found something. Oh, God. It's going to be... We're going to level up our streams, ladies and jelly spoons. We are no longer going to be a painting stream. Burrito. No notice that I'm live? That is weird. 16th of June. Hey, that's today. Hey, there was one. There was one. But it says I need to change the notification because I had it changed it. I changed it ages ago to at here instead of at everyone. So I think I'll have to attempt to remedy that. Apologies. But hello there. German one is the only one, but they deliver across Europe. Gear for Music is the big UK equivalent. Oh, okay. Because I'm looking at toman.co.uk right now. Ladies and jelly spoons, welcome. The new direction for this stream. The head-related stereophony. Lola Newman. What? Welcome back, Meg. You're back from ads. Welcome back, Burrito. I guess they must have made a UK distrib... Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, after Brexit. Makes sense. I'll tell you what, I wish I could, like... There's a whole EU thing at the moment. If you're selling stuff in the EU, you need to have some registered geezer or something like that who will be basically who's just there to sign a bit of paper or something should a disaster happen or something. But to sell any 3D printed things, like it would be a ridiculous amount of money. Like there are companies which do it. It's just exhausting. So Connie, what do you what's wrong with this, hey? Chad, the new iteration of the stream, we're no longer painting, we're gonna be doing whatever this is. So Badger, where notification so it should have been in the socials category. You did not get a ping. Yeah, it's Yeah, I mean, it says at here, so I don't know. I might have to change the wording. It might have to be an everyone thing. I don't like massively using at everyone's in Discord. I find it slightly irritating. That's why I don't use it as much, too often. What's up, Avian? How's it going, dude? Not paint. No, we are painting. Don't worry. We're just talking about changing stream content to this thing. I don't know. It could be something I've set up incorrectly, Burrito. But I do approve of the white and red stripes of doom. It's good to be bad. Also, it's impressive when Badger is thinking nothing moves. Yeah, you don't have to move. You don't have to be all over the place. You can just relax and just zone out. Easy. Relaxed. I know that goes against a lot of things on Twitch where you have to be ridiculously hyperactive to get any... Maybe that's where I'm going wrong. Maybe we need to be ridiculously hyperactive all the time. Painting those... Your hands are too shaky. Have you tried masking by any chance? Is that a viable... Is that an option? You like the chill? Oh no, exactly. Well, that's why I don't. That's why I don't do it. I'm really not into hyper. There's like one person, I think. There's like literally one streamer that I will watch who is what I might consider hyperactive, and one streamer only. I just find it frankly exhausting. Otherwise, not really my cup of tea. I would have used it. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. I spilled paint for a second. We will be doing some like this bit here. That panel there is going to be black anyway, so we can tart it up later. Likewise with that bit. Tidy it up later, not just tart it up. This big bad boy here. Badger thinking, too much half the time. Try not to do it too often. Too lazy to drive to town. That's fair enough. Miss driving. I'm not sure what I'm going to paint my Saturnine bad boy as. What chapter? What legion? Excuse me. Either going to be Imperial Fists or potentially Salamanders. There's a paint. Ultramarines would look too dorky. How very dare you? How very dare you? They would look magnificent. Talking about Jimmy. No, I wasn't actually, Avian. I wasn't actually. No. The only like I don't No, I don't. I wasn't talking about Jimmy. I was talking about so Coin Fury. I don't know if you would consider him hyperactive. Maybe not hyperactive. That's not the word I'm looking for. Anyway, that's who I was talking about. As I've got older, I found a growing dislike for people and loud noises. Yeah, absolutely, Chad. Absolutely. I do agree. People are noisy. Your dream is to create a mechanized orc company entirely from scratch, minus the orcs and grots. Do it. Do it. I have a great idea for a guard army. 1 Baneblade, 1 Lehman Russ Commander, Lehman Russ Battle Tank, Lehman Russ Demolisher, which is the big snub-nosed one, yes. 1 Punisher, which is a Gatling gun, 2 Basilisk, and 1 Night Castellan. Do it. Make your dreams a reality, Burrito. What do I say? Make your dreams a reality. So I'm going to paint this guy as... Get a picture of him up on camera. Rather than me trying to put him together again. He's either going to be Imperial Fist or a Salamander. You don't have to throw chat under people under the bus. That's chat's job. That is true. That is true. But we do like Coin Fury stream here an awful lot. But like normally, like if people are shouting and screaming on streams too much, that's generally me zipping out. And like a big old note from me. I have currently a Ready Player One Orc Force. I think he should be yellow as well. I think he should be yellow as well. With some black shoulder pads. Imperial Fist, Salamander, as well as this amazing Marines of the Month. Absolutely fluid code. Absolutely amazing Marines of the Month. How was the dip? How was the dip? I hope it was good. That's about as much as I need to know, really. Legally distinct Saturnine. Exactly, Abe. Well, the thing is, he is that miniature. He is quite large, and he is quite in charge. As you can see, that's my Contemptor Dreadnought, right? On spider legs. And then if I get this bad boy next to this bad boy, like, so the creator of this, he did print this out at 90% smaller. And he said, I think he thinks 90% smaller, like 90% smaller. That's incorrect. 10% smaller is a better height. He thinks if and when he does like a full squad in this style, then he'll do it a bit smaller, I believe. However, I like it, so I'm gonna, you know, I printed it, so I'll paint it. Chip to hell, do it. I think I might be. I just need to get everything into order, really. You know, having your details of your bath again? Is that where that's all available on your OnlyFans? Is it not, Fluent Code? Including the bath water. That's what it really is. There's so much demand for it. That's what happens. Those are big panels would be good for opportunity for warning stripes. Not you as well. All right, we've already had. We've already had the Iron Warriors talk. Could well happen again. Those Nurgle are looking sweet. By the way, I love that. I love that greenish brown. Would you call that greenish brown, brownish green? Honest, what's that floaty thing called? What's the floaty thing called? Jeff. Hold on, I'll show you the one I have. All right. Oof, Betty. I'll show you the one, my one. So now you've shown me yours, I'll show you. Oh, hello, that's the wrong one. Here we go. Blight drone, that's the one. This is mine. That's supposed to be slime underneath. It's actually got dust on there, so we'll have to clean. I am tempted to maybe strip it. I don't know. We went with bluish flesh rather than anything else. I just need to get things in order. Chad, it's very true. Seriously. Like, the problem is, right, I have been recording, doing a lot of videos, like painting videos, ready for when my computer was, like, up and running for editing, which it was. And now it's gone tits up. Now I'm back to, like, do I continue recording stuff? Just making the backlog. Not only do I have miniature backlog, I have editing backlog. That's not a Dreadnought. You couldn't smash a car window in. That is true, Fluent Code. I'd have one singular metal box Nort. And it's a Dark Angels one of all. Very unclassy one. Iron Warriors are... They are snazzy in their own way. Chad, you're doing a cracking job on that, dude. I like it. I like those vehicles a lot. In fact, specifically, not like I really do like that Blight drone. Not that everything else is crap or anything. If I'm allowed to have a favorite. There we go. Or I dig a hole or something. There's only one decent Legion. We all know it starts with Ultramarines. Yes, exactly. Fluent Code. You're correct. I can't even remember its name. I usually call it the lawnmower thingy. That's true. That's just High Fleet Behemoth paint scheme. Is it? Not massively knowledgeable at Tyranids. They all need to be purged and destroyed. That red is very strong against the blue. Oh, my videos don't make anything currently. They don't make anything currently. Just why. But I haven't really like been able to edit them. I've got my old videos, and then that was like done as just like a side thing, just because I thought, well, we could have a look at making. And now I've decided to fully make YouTube videos. The computer's gone tits up. So, plus I've cunningly decided to record in 4K. So sending 4K footage. Certainly makes sense. Nids are the best. Oh, they're red and blue. Or do you mean this? Do you mean this red and blue? The supreme red and blue. The only red and blue that matters. Is it me or is the music stopped? I have a sneaky suspicion the music might be on its way out. It is. I think Wednesday's stream might just be a Twitch stream. I have a hankering for some banging beats. Nids are the best. They're the solution to all problems. Definitely one way of thinking about things. 4K is a bit of a trap. No. Fluent Code. That's the problem, though. This is the thing. I'll show you why. Right? Reason I film in 4K is because I got an itchy nose. So this camera is actually 4K. Hold on. Why is it all on? We need to remedy this. I do agree that not everyone has 4K. Right? What size is this? Hold on. We might He might have made a disaster on this. I record in 4K because it gives us a lot more real estate. What size is this? What am I streaming in? Is this 2K? What on earth is going on? Something weird is going. Anyway, basically I stream it, I record in 4K because it means that when I edit in 1080, it means I can zoom in and not lose any. That's what I mean. 4K is only 10% of 40K. That's terrible. I love it. I'm streaming 1080. Okay. I don't know what is. I think I'm not going on. Anyway, I can basically zoom in without losing any like detail. Because that, for example, that lens up there's a 60mm macro. So I don't lose any detail when I cut in at 1080. If that makes any sense. I do agree though. I certainly don't watch 4K content. I only watch 1080 content on YouTube and Twitch. Although Twitch have allowed me to finally stream in 2K. Well, there we go. That's very nice. What size is this? That's what she said, basically? Yes. Twitch is capped at 1080. Well, it's not. I can now apparently stream in 2K on Twitch. You can absolutely point out many flaws. I'm sure I'm quite flawed in many ways. You would need to actually paint something for that to be useful. Let me just push this miniature over here. All right, right there with my middle finger. Yes, that would be. That would be. But the thing is, right? This is the thing. When I'm recording a video for YouTube, all right, I'm actually doing stuff. When I'm streaming on Twitch, I'm basically, it's just chatting with a smidgen of painting. We have painted today though, so happy days. Not all bad news. You've watched too much Jimmy Carr while painting. That was super rude of me. I don't think so. I don't think that's rude. Twitch have just fixed it to allow 1440p. I need to, because I signed up for 1440. And I had an email on Friday saying, yo, you can actually stream 1440 if you want. But I didn't actually really read the rest of it. So I might look at that this week. Look at all my splendid painting I've done for the stream today. Some silver legs. Hey. And some golden bits. Not just the silver legs. Thank you very much. There's been a lot of chatting, all right? We've had a lot to talk about. And unfortunately, you missed a lot of it. So you have no frame of reference. Oh, we need to get that clip. We need to get that clip, or at least I do. Protect myself from all of this chit chat. I'm still running at 720 due to the whole not many people can actually watch at 1080p, let alone 4K. Agree. I do agree. But not everyone has access to the I can't remember where that file was. I did see it, not the file. Like the breakdown of how many people watch 1080 and like worldwide. I'm not just talking about Twitch, but like across multiple platforms. A lot of people are just on that 720 life. I experimented with new paints. Oh yeah, which ones? What problems have you got? What paints have you got? I've basically given up on YouTube for now as batch painting old stuff doesn't have much scope for shorts. Well, oh god, bloody shorts. My most hated thing in the world. My most hated, I can't stand. I'm wearing shorts. I wear shorts, but I absolutely hate. However, I know that I need to do them. I know I need to do them, and it irks me. But I need to get over it and bloody well do it. I have 2 successful shorts. As far as like those. I reckon. Well, I don't know Fluent Code. I think this is coming from me, obviously. So take that with a grain of salt. I think it depends on the style of video that you do them as. Probably batch painting is. You might be able to make batch painting work. For shorts. I know you've also written long form content. Well, I have seen batch painting videos work. The one that springs to mind is Goober Town. They did, was it 100 night goblins in 24 hours. But those are like challenge video. I think 24 hours, whatever it was. Problem is those are challenge videos, and I don't think I can really do those. The only way I could do a 24-hour video is if I split the day up into like maybe a 16-hour day and 2 8s, or 3 8-hour videos, because I unfortunately have the epilepsy and I need 7 to 8 hours sleep minimum. Otherwise, chance of me having a seizure go way up. And frankly, I don't want to have a seizure. So I can't do these 24-hour challenges, which everyone seems to like. Very frustrating. But apparently I need to make #good content, which is also a struggle. Atom by Migjamin or Ammo. The name's confusing. It's oh, okay. So far the metallics are wonderful. I have heard of those paints. I've not managed to give them a bit of a tickle yet. I would like to. But we're old and obsolete, Badger. The shorts are what the kids want. And it's not the kids who are wrong. Well, they are wrong. Burn Code, that's the problem. They're wrong. That's all there is to it. You've worked out the next filler project. Care to spill the beans? Or do we have to hear about it? Or will we have to listen to it on stream? Is that hello? Okay, so this is the thing we. Okay, I'm going to paint. There's one. Well, I was going to tell you now, but I'll keep a secret until, as you should do. Keep that stuff on your stream. Folks interested, you're gonna have to watch Fluent Code stream later on, either today or I don't know when he'll release. I don't know when he'll release it. You'll have to watch all of his streams to find out when those details are gonna drop. You're gonna be there. All right. So, we don't need much of this ball of doom. A little bit the outside. We're going to work on the outside. We don't need to work our way in towards the center. And there is a prize. Well, we like prizes. Prizes are bloody great. I got to do prizes. I got to start doing prizes if I want this channel to grow. You would have thought after 7 years I would have worked that out, but nope. I didn't even have to pay you for that promotion? Exactly. Best variety of promotions are the, I was going to say, the ones which don't need to be paid for. I am going to do a shout out as well. I actually was painting though, so this is the problem. You want me to paint? I can't do promotions. It's one or the other. Okay, so we'll get this side as well while we have paint in the brush. We even painting on camera? Vaguely. Do giveaways? Yeah, but I mean, problem is, I don't know how to don't know how it's going to work. Hypothetically, I suppose it's a gift, right? It would be classed as a gift. Rather than a purchase, because I'm just worried about, like, if I have to send stuff to Europe. EU, I should say, really. That would be a gift. That would be fine. Rather than someone purchasing. Okay, so we got some tubular bits. Badgy, you do so many random things on your stream. I don't know how you haven't figured out. Look, the thing was, right? I had a few years ago, I think it was in fact like an affiliate anniversary stream. I had about $1,000's worth of stuff to hypothetically give away, and only managed to sort of offload a third of it. So I thought, well, evidently people are not. So I sort of gave up on it, really. What was I going to do? Do the shout out Fluent Code. Very on point for your channel and quite relevant to the fact I'm about to hit your first 100 followers. Bloody hell. Folks, I'm going to tickle my nose. That wasn't really a tickle. That was more... I can't type shout out. I type shoot. Shout out. Don't know how far you're away, but there is a shout out right there, folks, on Twitch. Do the thing, folks, if you're not following Fluent Code. Is tickling that number 100. Make it a reality. I don't know how far away we are away. Three away. Come on. I don't know if we got 3 people who aren't following, but you can change that. What happened? Hold on. You can make the winner pay for postage. True. Oh, I'm like, when it comes to giveaways, I'm quite happy kind of doing postage for most things. I sort of attempt to sort of take that into consideration. But yeah, I don't know. Okay. Right. What time is it? It's coming out to 8 o'clock. What happened to that woo girl thing? Oh, Chad. I know the one you mean. That still exists. That still exists, but because I signed up for it, and it turns out when I signed up for it, it's only like it's a free sign up for 20 goes on that girl, basically. On the like the weird AI character thing. And because it's only 20 goes, if I want to continue to do it, you have to pay for, you literally have to pay for access. So I thought, okay, fine. Well, I'll have that appear. I can't even remember when I have that. What was it even called? Do I have it? That's... it was... I've forgotten what that bloody thing was called. Wasn't Tangiabot? It's been so long. Anyway, basically, it will appear if people gift 5. Well, I put it on different variations. I think she says something. 5 gifted subs, and then at £10 and £25, and then beyond that, I think at £25 she appears or something. It's literally behind a paywall. That's the only time it various iterations of it appear. Can I have a little Miles go? Yeah, of course you can, Chad. Of course you can. Of course they do want. Of course, yeah. But that's fine. That's fine. I couldn't do that. Definitely do pay to access. That's something not. Well, Hey, Chad. There are loads of streamers who wear basically what that character's wear. Absolutely Twitch safe. I frankly wouldn't like that at all. Not my cup of tea at all. Fluent Code in real life at all. Like, I am not into anime. Is not something I'm massively keen on. Dad, tell me the thing. Tell us the thing. What was I painting? You've actually made me forget what the hell I was painting. I'm blaming chat. Oh, Chatterino. Sorry, you're getting the blame for that. So, we will be painting this guy tomorrow. Not that there's massive... We need to paint the bit of rebar or whatever iron girder that he's standing on tomorrow. So I have... Excuse me. You're not a weeb? No, absolutely not. Jesus. Couldn't you tell? So I've used Instagram for a long time as a portfolio and stopped caring about likes when Reels came out. Hey, high five on that one, Chad. I completely gave up on it. Well, not completely gave up, but gave up caring about Instagram, I should say. And basically got to post. Let me read the rest of that sentence. Your old phone couldn't make them and it killed my positioning. Yep, exactly. Maybe last month or two, I've been randomly posting previous projects and whip pics I've sent clients on TikTok. 700 like today? Hell, dude. And currently your Instagram posts get 50 views or something. Your TikTok posts are 10 times that. This is why I need to do the same I have a TikTok account. I need to do the same thing. I hate that I have to, but I know I have to. And that's awesome that that's happening for you. I'm very glad to hear that. I just wish. Just wish, man. Wish. You literally like that medal which you cannot hit. More. Can you not get it there? This paint is... I'm not trying to make you envious, but it is bloody amazing. Always sold out. How often do they get it in stock? I'm just... got to figure out how this... I got to figure out how this block of stuff is going to go. Like, it can't all be steel because it's weird. Those are going to be some cables. Colored cables. Got this steel. We do this block. We could paint the entire thing. I mean, there is going to be a plate over this, like those these bad boys over the top, so we don't really need to worry about that. We could paint the entire thing steel. That can be black or red for that. I mean, it's not making me any money or anything, but that... No, Chad, I completely understand. I completely understand, right? And it's just irritating that if you post the exact same thing to Instagram and then post the exact same thing to TikTok, but one does vastly better numbers, and it's just a frustration, which is irksome at best. Well, yeah. Singapore, that's is quite a distance. Wonder how much it would cost to send you some. What? You can, if you considered becoming a supplier. Omni, hello! How you doing today? Omni is over on YouTube. Oh, YouTube. Yeah, we did a big block of metal on this one. I think we can get away with doing it here. So, but I think I will do this casing here as a different color. Either as like a color or like a different metal. How's it going today, Oliver? I hope you're well. Happy Monday to you. I am dual streaming to Twitch and YouTube. Obviously, you know I'm on YouTube, but I do dual stream to Twitch as well. So in case you hear me waffling on and it makes no sense, it's either because I'm talking gibberish or I'm talking to people on Twitch. The worst part about me using Instagram as this portfolio, people without Instagram now can't even view. Oh, tell me about it. It's so frustrating. Unless, well, you can load up like 6 images or something, right? Or 9 images. Not a great amount. If you're looking for a potential new like commission artist, you want to see a breadth of it, not just 9 or whatever. Yes, maybe that tubing should have been bronze. Maybe that tube. I think that tube maybe should have been bronze. Yeah. Do good working on a Tyrannid Lictor. Cursed Tyrannids. Cursed Tyrannids. I only have a few Tyrannids. The only Tyrannids I have currently are basically the ones from Leviathan and also the ones from Space Hulk. Obviously, as a Ultramarine enjoyer, we dislike the Tyrannids. If you find a Proacral ammo by MiG, I'd recommend them. Yeah, I am really... Was it you who put me onto the bronze? The Proacral bronze? Because I really do like that one. That's a bad boy color. Whatever that means. I have got, as I said earlier, I do have I do have, hold on, I'm looking for it. Where is it? I do have a few paints on order. Bright gold, which I'm looking forward to trying out. I might have to have a butcher's at some of their other metal paints. I maybe should have ordered more than just bright gold. Where are they? Proacral. Where are the... Hold on. Sophia, hello. How's it going? Good evening to you. Happy Monday. I hope you're well. They're super nice. Maybe send them an email and see if they will send them and ship directly, even if it's a small order. Oliver, what hive fleet? I'm glad I remembered. Got the full name. What hive fleet are you going with? Are you going for like a well-known one or a custom hive fleet? And just to clarify, I have no idea what hive fleet, like what colors are we talking about? Basically what I'm going with, because I have no idea what hive fleet is what color, really. You don't have Proacral either, Mort? That's not good. You could get a Sideline as a paint dealer. Oh God. The last time I checked, they were going to start having a Proacral distro here soon. That would be a great thing, seriously. As someone who has recently started NIDS, you've turned my biomass into your biomass. Listen. Tyrannids. Very naughty, alright? They need to get purged. Quickly. I'm not into this. Having admittedly, I have got a lot of biomass. Because like that would be bad, because that means I would make many Tyrannids potentially. That'd be bad. Hopefully soon, Mort. Sophia, same question to you. What hive fleet are you going with? Yeah, dark bronze. I really like dark bronze. Where has it gone? And the light bronze as well. I can't even remember what I was using them on, truth be told. What was I using them on? It was a really good paint. Oh, I know what I was using them on. I will show you. Dun, 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 dun. Damn it. After all of that, I had the pictures and everything, and I pasted it to the wrong page. That was weird, it didn't show up though. Why did hold on. Dun, 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 dun. Hey. Right. I put them on these guys. Biomass is biomass. That is true. Can't argue with that logic. Bad, you just had an image of Mort in a trench. I was thinking the exact same thing, Chad. In my mind, that's why I was cackling to myself. I was imagining that exact thing. Like opening up a trench coat and just having just like a rack of wild paints going on there. Sorry, Mort. So my Tyranids, well, see, I haven't taken any photos of recent Tyranids on my cursed Instagram. Oh, right, that's not a Tyranid. That's a Tyranid. That's how I paint my Tyranids. I'm not... Yeah. That's my Hive Fleet Sortie, whatever they are. I do need to do a YouTube video of painting. My Space Hulk Tune Stealers. I'm actually doing a yellow and black paint scheme to annoy my friend who plays Lamenters. No real canonical Hive Fleet, just going to annoy him. Well, you've got to annoy people. Absolutely. That's one of the rules. If you've got a friend who plays the game, you have to irritate them. Absolutely. And I like what I not that I play the game. I was about to say what I like to do when playing the game. If I played the game, for example, if I was playing against you, I would be putting corpses of Tyranids painting in your scheme on the floor of this miniature. Like, I think that's quite a cool thing. Like, if I was playing a game regularly, and you had a particularly epic fight, and I don't use that word loosely, but if we had a particularly epic fight against like a character or some big monster, I like the idea of adding some of that to the base after, like as a sort of a bit of a reminder of an awesome game. Or like, you know, maybe I wouldn't be adding a dead Ultramarine to my own base. Anyway, I do apologize. I was waffling on. That makes sense. They entered Singapore with a distro that went bust immediately. Oh, son of a bee sting. You did a yellow and teal scheme. Your friends called my Hive Fleet Skittles. Hey, Skittles are bloody delicious, Chad. I would somehow get them hooking you up with like bags of Skittles. I don't know how you'd make that work, but Skittles are amazing. You got a trench coat, maybe a great cosplay for Adepticon. Yeah, absolutely. Can you just... Oh, that'll be good. I like that idea. Okay, we are going to be... I don't know why I'm worrying about being neat, because I know that I'm going to have to come back. There's a wet bit of paint. Bugger, it's all dried up. You all want that good rare stuff? I have some mummy brown. Yeah, I mean, I'll be able to be like, yo, I got some burnished gold. Got some original goblin green. Hold my beer, I'll be right back with a picture for Discord. Alright, chat. I have actually clocked the time, though. So we have actually done some painting today. I don't want to frighten anyone. I know we don't normally do much painting. It's more like the stream is more of a vessel to chat. Bugger. But we are actually, you know, pseudo painting. We got some gold done that sits on his shoulders. We do need to do a little bit more gold, i.e. the framing around this sarcophagus and like the wingy bits, like the feathers. And I'm not entirely sure what those are. I think this one has... Yeah, this one has them as well. So we'll paint those steel. I think we have used some of that bronze on this by the looks. So we might use some of that bronze for some of these pipes, in fact. We're going to use some of the bronze. But we have to paint some bits red. But we have actually made some progress. We got some weaponry. The only bit, bearing in mind it's a chaplain, the only bit that's going to be blue is this shoulder pad up to that. That line, it will be gold or something. And then, I don't know. But the shoulder will be blue because we've got to slap on some iconography. Blake, what's going on? How you doing? Happy Tuesday. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to you. Listen, I've had a really long, exhausting weekend. It's been very stressful. My computer went sideways on me just as I was mentally preparing to start editing again. Yeah, happy Tuesday. Happy Monday, what I was trying to say. So after a UK vendor, yes, had a recent flash sale. Hello. I'm all about flashing. Excuse me. Flash sale, yes. Blake from Chicago, long time no chat. Blake. Hey, Chicago, do we... Talk to me. Talk to me. Clarify the situation, please. My name is so... My memory, Jesus Christ. I'm blaming this on the epilepsy. I don't know if it has an effect on long-term... memory, I'm sure it probably does, and also being able to string a sentence together. I really hope not, but I've not really looked. I don't want to depress myself too much. Your fave is Mummy Brown as it's made from ground up mummies. Really? Tuesday. I wish I was... I rarely drink these days. I do occasionally like have a beverage with my brothers. Or like family get-togethers and stuff like that. I just don't really drink that often these days. Twitch a long time ago. What was your Twitch username? Please don't tell me it was just Blake. It could well have been, but my memory is really bad. I have indeed moved. Yeah, I moved out. The house got sold, and then I basically lived in. Basically, hold on. You're going to get the face. Hello there. So, in the old house got sold. My grandmother died. Not the grandmother that I had been looking after, but my other grandmother. She died. And so, like, terrible. Well, it was not great timing. But it was convenient timing, if you want to put it like that. Because then I moved into her house for like 9 months while trying to find a new, which we're now in. PC issues, yeah, that's what I've got to look forward to tonight. I'm going to look forward to a very nice shower. I'm going to have some food. I'm going to watch the television for 1 hour, and then I'm going to go and scream at the computer for about 3 hours. That's the plan. That's the plan for tonight. Hopefully, I can magic it into action. I don't think it's going to happen, but crossed fingers. Oh! Okay, Blake, now you... Okay, I'm with you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Now you've added those numbers in front of your name, I've actually... How are you doing? What's going on? I do have the keyboard out. Well, I do, because it's actually 8:15. It's actually 8:15, ladies and jelly spoon. That's what time it is. So I know what's going on. You know what's going on in a bit, but not quite yet. Activates Epic Legend camera. Bloody hell. What is wrong with me? Not doing well. It's the heat. It's the heat. It's only... Hold on. Where's the heat camera? Obviously, when I remove my hand, it's going to be really hot. Obviously, because I am so hot. Ridiculous. But I will tell you, it is 28.4. It's only 51% moist in this room. It's quite toasty. Blake, it's fantastic to see you again. I hope you've been well. Yeah, I'm existing. I'm doing all right. You know, I don't want. I hate complaining. We're doing well. The advert is on Twitch, so I am dual streaming to Twitch and YouTube. Obviously. Chad, if it makes you feel any better about it, I can't figure out how to boot my PC in such a way that I can upgrade to Windows 11. Chad, unless you need it, I would hold on. I would hold on to Windows 10 as long as possible. I don't hate Windows 11, but there are aspects of it which are weird. Only Badger could whip out a little gadget and make it look cool. Listen, I've had years of practice. That's the only thing I've got to say about that, Chad. Wish. It's hot here in Chicago. Just about to head out for some business travel. Yeah, I do. So, Blake, I do kind of stream Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Wednesday on YouTube is a bit of a, like, I don't 100% guarantee a Wednesday stream on YouTube. Because sometimes I just like to play absolute bangers, that YouTube won't like. And I can't figure out a way how to split the music. Unfortunately, YouTube has really good microphones. And they could probably hear the music coming from the microphone somehow. But yes, I'm hoping once the computer situation is properly fixed, I'll finally be making YouTube videos again. Day by day, one day at a time. They stopped supporting 10. Rat. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks a lot. Why? What way do you need to boot it to upgrade to Windows 11? I'm trying to remember. Because I think I did, like, one of my computers. No, I'm hallucinating. I upgraded one of my computers to Windows 10 years ago. I'm hallucinating. I've never done anything for Windows 11. Or was it my mother's computer? I can't even remember. It wasn't one of mine, that's for sure. Oy. Anywho, where are we? So, got a slightly itchy nose. Folks, we are back tomorrow. We have got some more Dreadnought to paint tomorrow. It is a black Dreadnought, so there are only metal bits. And then we do have to work on the armor at some point. The weaponry is going to be red. That's what we need to do. Your partitions are in Legacy UEFI mode. And it has to be UEFI mode or something. So basically you need to install Windows 11 partition. I was just pondering what the hell. Okay, my brain. That's just giving me a headache. Just even thinking about that. Oh damn. Yeah, I got absolutely nothing. I got absolutely nothing. There must be a way of fixing it. Getting around it. That is a problem for you. Yeah, well, I'll certainly ponder it, because no doubt I'll be pondering my own problems. And that'll give me time to ponder your problems as well. Your problems become my problems. Our problems become everyone's problems. But folks, we are going to go and raid Fluent Code. Because he is only 3 away I believe, from hitting his golden number of, well, the first of many golden numbers. He is one away, ladies and jelly spoons. We can hopefully remedy that situation. I don't know what I just pressed. There is a raid command, though. I'd love it if you could copy and paste one of those if you are on Twitch. YouTube, I'm afraid, we won't be raiding, but I will be saying goodnight to you as well. Thank you so much for hanging out today. You've all been very lovely. Thank you so much for the raid from Beyond the Box Art earlier, to make sure that you followed him. Thank you so much for the follows. You've been very lovely. And thank you so much for the resubs. Look after yourselves. Look after each other and all that good stuff. Try not to spend too much time gaming. Actually do. Make up for the lack of gaming that I'm doing, ladies and jelly spoons, please. Have a lovely evening. Thank you so much. And let's get this raid underway. Thank you. Goodbye. I wonder how many times I can say thank you in the same